ready to go. Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to the meeting of the Board of Selectmen for December 14th, 2021. It is roughly 6 p.m. And I need to read into the record a notice regarding tonight's meeting. This is to formally advise that as required by Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Sections 18 to 25, and pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, signed into law on June 16th, 2021, the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen will be holding a public meeting on Tuesday, December 14th, 2021 at 6 p.m. here at the Yarmouth Town Hall. The public is welcome to attend either in person or via alternative public access provided using Zoom. And the full Zoom instructions are posted on the town's website at yarmouth.ma.us. And now I'd like to ask you all to join the Board of Selectmen in a Pledge of Allegiance.
Flag allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For those of you who are here tonight to speak regarding the matter coming up regarding the Board of Health, I will be opening the floor up for public comments after the presentation and after the board discussion. So you're certainly welcome to hold your comments till later. So we're at public comments. So is there anybody who seeks recognition? Yes, please, ma'am.
Vita Morris. I want to know, what was that little exhibition there and tantrum by Mr. Smith at last week's meeting with regard to an appointment to the golf committee, I guess it was? I can't believe what went on there. And this man, he has no business being in that position anymore after what he said, that he would never appoint Mr. Holcomb to any committee that came before him. This is ridiculous. To have a tantrum like that, and not, I want to know exactly why you are dismissing Mr.
Ms.
Holcomb.
Ms. Morris, we can't engage in an exchange here or a discussion on this particular item. Okay, so if you have a statement, you can make it, and then if there's another statement, you can certainly make that.
So in other words, he will never have to answer to the public why he did what he did.
I'm not going to get into a debate with you on this topic. I'm just saying this is a time for public comments, public statements. You made a statement. If you have another statement to make, by all means, make it. But we're not going to engage in a, this kind of exchange.
Well, in other words, the people sitting on that board are not held accountable for their actions, and owing an explanation to the public for what they do. I mean, that was
Is that your statement? Is that your statement?
No, and I would say that if he doesn't resign, at the very least, you need to go back to the two-person committee for appointments before Jim Quirk changed that. That would have to be, I think, considering the little exhibition that he put to.
We get your point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here in the audience? And then I'm going to go to, we have a number of people online that are waiting. Yes, Chief.
Good evening, Chief Simonian. Just wanted to give you a quick update on the results of the members of the Yarmouth Fire Department that conducted the Toys for Tots drive this year over at the Our Lady of the Highway Church. The members did a fantastic job. They collected over 2,663 toys. As of, we came in third place with all the other police and fire departments on the Cape. Over 2,122 food items to the food pantry. Over $9,190 in cash and gift cards also for the food pantry. So great job by our members, and I'm so proud of them all, and just wanted to let you folks know how the results were. Thank you for your time.
That's great. Thank you, Chief. I'd like to call to speak Mr. Jim Cullen. He's raised his hand online at our Zoom link. Can we bring Mr. Cullen up? Mr. Cullen, you're going to have to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Jim Cullen, Woodside Circle, First District. I would like to ask the board to endorse the Board of Health Mask Advisory. And in addition, I would ask you to consider taking 2 further steps to show leadership on this issue, if you would. Number 1 would be to send a correspondence letter to the Yarmouth Chamber of Commerce, encouraging all members to follow the Board of Health advisory. I did hear Mary Vilbon's comments and concerns from the businesses at the last meeting, but this is a very, very important issue, and I think in the end will support businesses. Secondly, if you would consider sending correspondence to the DY School Board, encouraging them to send a letter to parents and to the juniors and seniors about the advisory, and also stressing the importance of getting vaccines. As Bruce shared last week, we're at 74% vaccination rate with the latest data. I think we need to get to 80 to 85%. That's about 2,500 more people within our town. The biggest gaps are in the late high school years, according to the data from the state, and in the 20 to 49 range. And many of those people are parents, I would think. So that's the logic for me asking you to send a letter to the Board of Education. This is an advisory, not a mandate. We need to deal with masking if people are not going to get vaccinated. The facts are pretty evident. Thank you for listening to my comment this evening.
Thank you. The next person I'd like to recognize is Mr. Joe Glenn. Can we bring Mr. Joe Glenn into the meeting?
Hi, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Good evening. I just wanted to kind of echo what Ms. Morris had said. I have been talking about the appointments, and we have been talking about as a community and the Board of Selectmen for years about needing volunteers, embracing volunteers, and I think that the process has been flawed for years. I think it's kind of ironic that a former selectman is the subject of it when this issue and this process has been there for a long time. And I think it's been a flawed process for a long time. People I know, including myself, have volunteered, put in cards and heard nothing back when they've gotten down to finalists, or not a phone call, not an email, nothing. And this has been over the course of years. So I think it's a flawed process, but I certainly think you as a board would be well advised to address the issue of last meeting. I thought it was not within decorum. I think we expect decorum from our public comment, and we expect decorum between the members of the selectmen. So I think it was embarrassing to you, but that's for you to decide. And I'm not asking any questions of the board. I just think that it should be addressed. I had sent an email in regards to COVID, so I won't come back in on the public comment on the COVID, but I would like you to address it. I think it's important. And the final thing, because it does have to do with COVID, but it's, I just wanted to give kudos once again the Housing Authority, which you know I'm the vice chair of. We had our booster shots for our residents on Long Pond Road. They got them. The Stop and Shop once again did a great job, came over. But for Bruce Murphy's edification, we've advised our residents that one of the person who got a booster, and they were all in the same room getting the shot, ended up in the hospital. So I don't know if there's contact tracing. I obviously don't know what the status of that person is, but we have advised all the residents that were in the meeting that they were that there was a person that tested positive. So Bruce might want to contact Wendy Olson, our executive director, for further information. But thank you very much. Have a great meeting and have a great night.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak during public comments? Yes, sir, in the back of the room. Please come up to the mic and identify yourself.
How you doing? My name is Ron Fuller. I live in Yarmouth Port, and I'm here about the music room. I understand that there's been a petition going on, and they're up for renewing their license. So I came here just to kind of voice my opinion as a lifelong resident of Cape Cod and what this awesome community has and what I like to see for the future. So if anybody would also like to speak after me, please feel free. So I'm here to just say that, being here 46 years and counting from Brewster, decided when it's time to raise my family to come to Yarmouth because I like the inclusivity of this town, what Yarmouth brings. I feel great raising my kids here, and places like the music room, I think, in my opinion, are long overdue. I think it's really nice to have a place like that that brings talented people from all around our nation, all around the world, to Yarmouth. And so I would be very disappointed if they weren't able to thrive in our community when so many people that I talk to every day seem to love this place and want them to do very, very well. So I'm here to voice my public opinion on that I believe that they should be able to keep going forward. Bring great talent stuff to our community. And I guess that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Okay.
This is irrelevant.
So, yeah, that's my opinion on the matter. And God bless you guys, all of you. And thank you for giving me a minute to speak. And please consider that when you are talking about the music room and what your decision might be.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak during public comment? Yes, sir.
Happy holidays to everybody. Yes, this gentleman said he lives in Yarmouth Port. I live right behind the music room. And we have been.
Can you give us your name, sir?
My name is William Warnock.
Thank you.
And at night, we're waking up after 11. Sometimes sounds like there's a car in front of the house. Boom, 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 boom. This issue was supposed to be all soundproof and so forth. When you leave the back doors open, doesn't work. So I believe that they didn't do what they said they were going to do. And I don't believe that as a resident, I moved here for peace and quiet, and we're not getting it. So thank you for your time. And that's it.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to? Yes.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Sumari Stratton. I am a resident of Yarmouth. Actually, I am the house right behind the music room. My bedroom is right behind the music room. The distance may be from where I am, where you are. So really, I don't have any problem. They play to 11 o'clock. They keep the peace, as he said, would it be 11 o'clock. But at 12:30, I have to be calling the police because they're disturbing. And I really wonder what was the people they hired to do the soundproof, because they shop in the wrong place. And they should have been on the back of the bedroom, the back of the building to hear the noise. And also on the busy times there, the parking lot, that's parties in the parking lot, that's noises overnight. I have 2 video cameras in the back of the house, and you can see it. So what was everything they said they would do it? The noise is really, it's easy for me to say, and you guys look at me like, oh, she's just being a complainer. But your bedroom is not behind the music room. Mine is. It's really disturbing. Exactly like Bill said, that's boom. It's like really going. How many times you call at 11:30, I wait for 11:30, I wait till 12, it's still going. So what is the limit in here? What is my rights? His rights ends when mine started. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Point of order, isn't there a public comment period associated with this particular item on the agenda?
Let me respond to that.
Why are you,
Selectman Stone?
The scope of public comment is generally very broad, and that's left up to the chairman. In terms of the hearing that's coming tonight, the issue isn't whether the music room is a good idea or a bad idea or anything like that. There's specific allegations that they violated certain sections of our liquor rules and regulations in certain sections of the entertainment licenses. Public comment will not be taken into consideration when the board deliberates on those issues. It would be unfair, really, to the music room. They've been given a notice. They've been given a summary of what the allegations are, and they'll be addressed later in an orderly way within that hearing. But the public will not be able to comment on that hearing because it's a disciplinary hearing.
thank you very much for the explanation.
Thank you, Selectman Stone. Is there anybody else here? Yes. And again, anybody coming to the podium, just please give us your name and your address.
Yeah, my name is Michel Mangalo. I'm the landlord of the plaza where the music room is. I understand, they had some issue with noise. So I did take the liberty to go around and check with some of the neighbors on the other side. And they always say it's about 11 o'clock. Well, what's 11 o'clock? That's when they dismiss all the public from the music room. And those people are all pumped up with the music. So they get in the car and they blast the hell out of it. Or when they come out in the car, they start singing and they're having a good time. So there's a lot of music, not from the place itself, the premises, but from the people who are leaving. It's almost like when I used to go to a speedway. When you leave, you see everybody drives 100 miles an hour coming out of the parking lot. It's the same thing. So I asked Brian, and said maybe he can have someone to stop that nonsense. So he's having someone to go up. He might have to hire some policemen to do detailing, just to have a presence in the parking lot so that people will not become rowdy, just like everywhere else. So that's the issue, I believe. And I want you to take a note of that. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Yes.
My name is Dimitar Ivanov, also the music room. I don't agree with the last person. My home is on Ruby Street. That's, I would say, quarter of a mile of the music room. It took me a few weeks until I figured out where the noise comes. It's actually not a noise, it's a bass. So I found out by driving by, and it was after 12 o'clock. So it's from the place. Usually my issue was only on Fridays, like 11 till 1 o'clock, always ends at 1 o'clock. So if it's cars, it wouldn't end at 1 o'clock. And this is what I want to say. Everything what the other two people said, I agree with them, and I have the same opinion.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? Yes.
Just for a moment, just for clarity, some of these people from the neighborhood are the actual complainants on the police calls. And I think they're relevant as fact witnesses, not as public comment, but as fact witnesses once we get into the hearing.
I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the audience who would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Josh Avery from South Yarmouth. Me and my wife go to the music room pretty frequently, maybe once every 2 to 3 weeks. I know for a fact the bands end at 11. I've been there. They post it. I know once in a while they'll have some music after the fact. I don't know if that's the problem that people are concerned about, but the bands stop at 11. Yarmouth needs a place like that. There's no other place on the Cape like that. People need music in their lives. It's important right now, especially with COVID. I'm a huge music fan. You know, a lot of other people are. So hopefully things go well.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else in the audience who would like to speak during the public comment section? Okay.
There's a woman online.
There's a woman online. Okay, let me just pull this up. Okay. I saw her hand up, but I don't see that hand anymore.
She's been elevated.
Oh, she has. Okay. Nancy, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, good evening. How are you, sir?
Nancy, yes. Please identify yourself. I'm assuming you're a resident of Yarmouth.
I am not, sir, but I just wanted to make a comment if I could. Is that possible?
Right ahead. You may. Okay.
My name's Nancy Marble. I reside in Raynham, and I just want to address you insofar as Mr. Saponi, the gentleman that is the manager there, I believe. I just want it to be known that, you know, he's being, right now he's in bankruptcy with a lot of other dealings that he did in his business. And he's not the right person to be managing that music room. Paul Nelson, I don't have a problem. Scott Canella, I don't have a problem. But Brian Sapone, and he's been in the Cape Cod Times 4 times now. And he's probably going to be in there many more times. But I want it known to all the Yarmouth residents, and I hope he sees it, that he's not a good person. He shouldn't be in that situation. He violated the liquor license for over a year, which is shocking enough that he's making money, but he's bankrupt in 4 other of his companies and what have you. And it's public record right now what he's done and how much money he's taken from people, and it's in the millions. So I'm sorry, that's what I wanted to say tonight. And I thank you for your time, and please consider removing him from anything that has to do with money.
Okay. Anybody else in the audience? Yes, sir. Okay, this is your second. Okay.
I don't know
Real quick.
him, but as a business owner myself, I know if he owns multiple businesses, it should not reflect this business, especially with multiple owners. That should not affect the business at all.
Thank you. Okay, I think this is bringing us to the end of the public comment section of tonight's meeting. What I'd like to do is to move on to the next item, which is a recognition of Mr. Barron. And after that, if the board will indulge us, maybe to skip ahead with the item involving the Gannon Canine and Officer Training Facility, and then following that, get to the Board of Health and their recommendations for the town. So, good evening, Tom. It's great to see you. We're inviting.
Good to be seen.
I understand. Last month, the Board of Selectmen received a message from you indicating that you would be stepping down from a number of committees. And we wanted to have this opportunity tonight, given your many years of service to the town of Yarmouth, your service on the planning board, your service on the Water Resources Advisory Committee, your service on the Land Disposition Committee, the work that you've done on the Zoning Board of Appeals, the fact that you're a man of multitude of ideas. Your history, your background in engineering is very much been incredibly important to the town of Yarmouth. We've all had a chance to interact with you, and we've all been impressed with your, not just your service, but what you've brought to this job. Every time that any of these committees has needed help or assistance, you've always been there to step in and help out in whatever way that you could. I think I can speak on behalf of the board that you have really filled some pretty big shoes in this town. And the work that you've done has not only helped us in the committees, but it's really helped advance the agenda of the town. And we very much appreciate the service, and we're going to miss you. And I have here a certificate, but before we present it to you formally, I'm just going to open it up to see if there are any board members that would like to say a few words. Anybody? Tracy? Selectman Post.
Tom, I just want to personally thank you. I think our volunteers are some of our greatest assets, and you've always come prepared. Oftentimes you come to these meetings and sit through many of our meetings. You've always handed out literature and done your homework, looked up things. And when you saw a gap or something that your own idea, you spearheaded some things that were your own initiatives. And I think that that's just an amazing thing. And it shows that one person really can make a difference. And you have made a difference, and you've made an impact on all of us here. And I just want to say thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else on the board that would like to speak? Yes, Selectman Horgan.
I don't think I could really say it any better than Tracy did. I've only been on the board just over a year, and I think you've reached out to me 4 different times on different topics. You're innovative, you think out of the box, you're proactive, you're everything that we want in a citizen, and we are so grateful for the time, the amount of energy and effort that you've given to this town. I hope that many people will look to your example and get as involved and be as willing and as generous with their time as you have been. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Selectman Stone.
I don't know what I'm going to do without you, because you're my favorite guy to disagree with. And I say that tongue in cheek, but what I like interacting with you is that you're a good listener as well as an advocate of your ideas. You listen to the other side and concede when that is the proper thing to do, and stay firm in your position when you feel that's the right thing to do. And I really respect that about you, your independent and strong-mindedness, your intelligence, your unwavering service to the town, and your humility. Most of the great people that I've ever known, that's one quality they all have in common. They're humble people, and they do things for the right reasons, and you certainly fit that profile. And I want to thank you profoundly for your service to the town of Yarmouth.
There you go. Anybody else? Okay, well, I think it's all been said. So on behalf of the board, I want to just read this citation. Tom, it says,
I see members of the planning board. I don't know if you're.
is there anybody, Joanne, would you like to come forward? And anybody else from the planning board or any other committee, by all means, please come up.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the recognition, Tracy. Tom, you have been a great partner for us on the planning board. You and I think, had the same start date. We will miss your contributions to a very great degree. You were always right there with us on every turn when we needed you most, with some of the best, most creative, and sometimes controversial ideas, but that's what we love about you. So we will miss you, and we wish you the best health that you can get, and we look forward to seeing you around town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanne. So I'm going to put before the board this resolution. Let it be known that the town of Yarmouth extends its sincerest thanks and appreciation to Thomas Barron for his extended number of years of dedicated service on multiple boards and committees, that this citation is approved by the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen on the 14th day of December, 2021. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimously. Would you like to say a few words?
I'm never at a loss for words.
Okay.
Yeah, I came from a small town, smaller than Yarmouth. I got to the big city, Boston. I became director of operations for the MWRA water system from Quabbin Reservoir to serve 2.5 million people. Politics in Boston asked me to leave. And I had a place down here on the Cape. I'm a washer shore for almost 50 years. We only moved down about 7 years ago, but immediately I saw that there was an opportunity to contribute to the town, and I jumped in. And I've never regretted it, and I would certainly encourage all citizens in the town to be more active. I joined the zoning board as an alternate because they were not getting their quorum. So by being able to have a quorum, the business of the zoning board continued. And it should not be, there should be more citizens to stand up and come forward. These are important things in a town government. And all I can say is I've enjoyed the opportunity. There are so many things that I would like to do, continue. One of the observations that I have had in trying to research and understand the functioning of the town, there are issues that seem to drag, that don't get resolved. One example is drive-in site, took 30 years plus. There's another issue of 30 years or more. You heard from Joe Glynn from the Housing Authority, but we need senior housing, and there's a 19-acre lot up there that has gone fallow for 30 years almost. There are other properties in the Baker's Path area that are eligible for housing. 14, 15 years ago, there was an opportunity to do something, and that got scotched. The issue of the drive-in site also was the focus of the Urban Land Institute, who came in 17 and recommended a bike path connection from the Cape Cod Rail Trail down to the drive-in site. But that's gone 5 years and nothing has been accomplished. And I sent a note to the town administrator a week or so ago, and I used an example of a bridge being built from two sides of a chasm. The typical cartoon that you see, where two sides of the bridge never quite meet in the middle. it's the issue of continuity that I think is lacking in some of the efforts here in the town. The bike paths are one thing. I've advocated for as much as 15 miles of bike paths within the town, and again, nothing. But the issues facing the town all come down to money. And you know that I had tried to advocate for a solar farm on the links course. I found that someone gave me information about one of the proponents of the links course 20 years ago, who very quickly, within 2 years of its creation, thought it was a bad idea, and we've been stuck with it for 20 years.
Right.
The solar farm could save $200 to $300 off of each individual tax bill for every household in the town. And if that isn't enough, that means that would free up money for other nice projects. CPA gets strangled because there's just so much money that CPA can use, and there are so many other things like that. And well, as you can tell, I've only been a member of the boards for about 7 years, but and I wish that my health would allow me to continue, but it's just not possible. For those who don't know, my condition is a chronic anemia brought on by blastoma or cancer in the bone marrow. And the best way to describe it is your bone marrow creates your blood cells. It creates a variety of blood cells. And the issue for me is that it's like you had a bag of M&Ms with different colors. Well, my bone marrow isn't producing the right combination of colors, the right combination of blood cells, and that's what caused my weight loss, 80 pounds in a year. And ultimate fatigue almost every day. So I really appreciate your comments, all of you, and Joanne. I've enjoyed her chairmanship of the planning board because she's a good taskmaster, and she will continue to produce good results there. But as I said, I'm never at a loss for words, but I do appreciate and I do thank you all for your fine comments. And we got to get more people to be part of the town. The town does not function without citizen participation. Thank you very much.
Amen.
Thank you.
Mark, I can do it. Come.
I'm gonna come over to you.
Oh, you can get a nice picture with the board.
Does the board want to come up? We're gonna do a photo. Come on up and join us up here. All right. Congratulations. Thank you. Still look straight ahead. Say cheese. Cheese, Bob.
Cheese. There we go. That's a beautiful shot. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Can you get by?
Mr. Chairman, can I make a motion that we move the acknowledgement and donation of the Sergeant Gannon Canine Facility forward on the agenda?
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, it carries. So we're moving out of order here. The donation of the Sergeant Sean Gannon Canine and Officer Training Facility. Would you, is Chief Frederickson here?
Yep.
Chief, please join us. And I'm going to ask, I'm going to ask for those that are watching at home and those that are just sort of tuning in. I think it might be helpful just to cover just how significant a facility this is. Chief, I'm going to just ask you to say a few words about the incredible amount of work and time and energy that has gone on in terms of developing this facility, in the incredible work by people throughout the community to help make this a reality. So if you just take a few minutes to share that with the folks that are tuning in so that we can just reflect a little bit on just how significant this facility will be for the town of Yarmouth.
Thank you, Chairman Forrest. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to talk about the amazing facility. But this would not have happened without the help of the Yarmouth Police Foundation, and two of its members are right here. But I must report that one of the important members of the foundation passed away over the last 2 days. Paul Greeley, wonderful man who did a lot for the foundation. So I want to acknowledge that. And for his wife, Christine, we offer our condolences. Obviously, we lost Sean Gannon back in 2018. Immediately, outpouring from the community took place. Money started coming in form of donations. The Yarmouth Police Foundation was already in place. It had been in place for like 5 or 6 years before that. And when the money was coming in, it was decided, what are we going to do with the money in coordination with the foundation, and what's the best use for it? And conversation with all the members of the department who wanted to recognize and remember Sean, where training was so important to him with K9 and everything else, his physical training included, that building a training facility that was already started by the influence of Sean, that would take place. We had a meeting of some key people shortly afterwards. I was in the room. We were talking about improving the K9 area. I came back a half hour later, and they had these beautiful plans to go way beyond what we thought, to make this a regional training center that will improve the safety of officers from across the region, across the state for that matter. And one thing about a training facility such as we have, it's important to understand some of the proper techniques. But when you go through the training scenarios and when you see the weaknesses, you need to identify those weaknesses and know where not to put yourself in danger. So as a result, this project got put on the fast track. There's 4 phases to it. The first phase was completed relatively quickly in the basement of the police station. 2 rooms were set aside, one with a Milo system, which allows for interactive training, which is quite useful in today's environment. The second and third phases were the K9 training area that was going to be built at the existing training area in the back of the station. And the third phase was the building itself, which was a tactical building. It's a 3-story building. I think it's somewheres in the area of 6,000 square feet. It's a very large building designed by people within the foundation, as well as officers' input from a tactical standpoint and K9 standpoint. I know several of you have been there and taken a tour. I was there with Selectmen Horgan the other day. We did a tour of what it is. It's almost completely finished there. As of today, matter of fact, they were putting the finishing pavement on top today. But with us tonight, the important people who made this happen, and it would not have happened. The Yarmouth Police Foundation is not a large organization. It's really run by a handful of people. And right now we have President Bud Nugent, and Judy Wigner she gets a couple different titles because every time I see her, she's doing something different. But they are the ones that they are the engine of the organization. You know, as recently as Sunday, the two of them were sitting in the lobby of the police station selling T-shirts and other items to keep raising funds because phase 4 they are committed to completing. So if you would like to say a few words, that would be great.
Sure. Just on behalf of the board of directors, I want to again thank the literally thousands of people who supported us over the years. I often tell the story, we've sold over 4,000 stuffed Neros, just to give you an idea of how many people are really, behind this effort. Of course, we want to thank our general contractor, Sand Dollar Customs, who were fantastic in getting materials and time and labor donated, in addition to the things we had to pay for. And of course, the support of our major donors, and of course, the support of Chief Frederickson and Deputy Chief Lennon and former Deputy Chief Steve Exaros, who really drove this. They were great partners with whom to work, and we are just delighted that we were able to accomplish this, what will now be a great legacy to Sean, as well as a training facility that will help a lot of officers be safer, which of course will help make us safer.
Thank you, Bud. Did you want to, Judy?
She's not bashful.
I am actually. I'm Judy Widger, the treasurer of the foundation. And I just wanted to echo the thanks of the entire community, because this truly has been a community effort to make this happen. And this is what Yarmouth is all about. Everybody coming together to make something happen that will make our community and the entire Cape better. So I just want to thank everybody that's been involved in any aspect of this.
Thank you very much. The reason why we wanted to put this on the agenda is because at our last meeting, we received a notice that this donation of this incredible work, the donation was being made to the town of Yarmouth. And we wanted the full board wanted to put this on our agenda so that we could together publicly thank you for all the work, but also this incredible donation, because this facility will now become part of our municipal facilities. And we're all very, very proud to receive this on behalf of the town. I'm just going to ask fellow board members if they'd like to make a few comments. Anybody? Selectman Horgan?
Sure. I myself was caught off guard a little bit the last time this was brought in front of our board, because I just did not know about it. And I'm so glad we're doing this tonight so that the people of the town can begin to appreciate the scope of the donation and the work that's been done on behalf of Sergeant Gannon. That building is amazing, and it goes directly to training that will prevent future terrible events from taking place. It's exactly what officers need in terms of readying themselves for situations that they walk into unprepared. So when I got a chance to walk through with Frank this past weekend, I was so pleased to see that in the future, our officers are going to be ready. And I'm even happier to understand now that it's going to be a regional training site, so that once again, Yarmouth can be a hub where first responders come and get better at their jobs and get better trained for the tasks that we ask them to do for us. So on behalf of myself, I am so grateful for the work of you people, for all the donations, the time that's been given, and for the time that's still yet to be given. I know this is an ongoing project, And I hope that the people of Yarmouth will support you in every way that they can. And I'm deeply grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Selectman Stone.
Thank you. I was at the dedication of this facility, which is a great event, and I was proud to be a part of that, and was privileged to be able to speak at that dedication. Chief has always emphasized how important training is, even prior to the tragic killing of Sean Gannon. He's always talked about the need and the budget for training. And I think this tragic event really accentuated that need and just brought it that much more into focus. Officers have to make split decisions, and no two situations are the same. And so the more training they have, the response is hopefully going to afford them protection that they wouldn't have but for that training. And in addition to that, at the dedication, Sean's parents, his proud parents were there, and it was a great event. And I couldn't think of a finer tribute to Officer Gannon than this training facility. So I want to thank everybody that was involved in this. And the chief has always acknowledged the great number of citizens that were instrumental in getting this done in terms of selling the Nero dogs and dedicated labor, dedicated materials. It's just an incredible community project that fortunately was seen through to its near completion. So we look forward to hearing in the future about all the benefits that this has brought to officers on our force and other forces throughout the Cape. Thank you.
Thank you, Selectman Stone. Selectman Post.
Mike said a lot of what I wanted to say about being at the dedication. And when this awful tragedy occurred, there were a lot of people in the community that felt it and wanted to do something to help. And so for this to come to fruition in reality, of all the things that kind of go through your mind of what we could possibly do to honor him properly. I know from speaking to his parents, this was one thing that they were very proud to accept in his name, because the training did mean so much to him. And I just know the man hours that went into it from the foundation. And I'm grateful that Mark put it on the agenda, because I think it's such a significant thing. It's important for us to talk about it so that the public is aware of all that you've done and all of the time and effort that you've put into it. So, you know, we talked before about other volunteers in our community and making a difference. And you should really be proud of the difference that you made and the difference that this facility will make in the safety of all police officers, especially ours, in the future. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Selectman Smith.
Yes. A few months ago, Chief Frederickson gave me a tour of the building, the old building, the basement, and I was thoroughly amazed at the work that was done. The building was under construction at the time, and you know, the training and safety that everybody else has mentioned. And I also want to thank the generosity of all the people in Yarmouth and other towns and other areas. The property, as it says in the letter that we've got, is valued over $2.2 million, which is an amazing effort, and it's going to be an amazing facility for the town. And I want to thank the foundation and everybody else that was involved. It's going to be a great facility and a great memorial as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Selectman Smith. So in conclusion, all we can say is we are so proud of you. We're so proud of this community and what it has accomplished in terms of this training facility. And we are very proud to accept this donation on behalf of the people of Yarmouth. Thank you once again, and God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the COVID-19 update from the Board of Health. And coming to the table is the Director, Bruce Murphy. Thank you, Bruce. I'd like to say it's good to see you, but the reality is, given the circumstances, this is an incredible challenge, and we once again appreciate all that you're doing along with the board. I think we want to also bring into this meeting, I think this might be a good time to do it, members of the Board of Health, to join into this discussion. And I'm going to let you start as we do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Morrison, and board members. I do have several of the Board of Health members and Chairman Hillard Bosky that will be speaking tonight. Have several of the slides are the same that you've seen the last several weeks. Some of them have been updated, so I'll kind of move through them a little bit because I know we want to get to the end and discuss the advisory. So, so with that, we have the members right here. Hillard Bosky, Mary Craig, Vice Chairman, also serves on the Wastewater Committee. Charles Holloway, Deborah Brunage, Eric Weston, who also serves on YSAC, Drug Advisory. Board of Health mission statement, protecting the health and the environment of the residents of the town through enforcement of state and local regulations, administrating health and safety programs, and proactive planning of regulations and preventive programs. The daily case charts that we've seen, we've updated. The Delta wave that came in July, the fourth wave, continues. We can see it going up until December 13th, where we updated it, where we're looking at 110 plus active daily cases that we're monitoring. So you can see we had the other waves in November, and then December, the second wave, and then the third wave in the spring. And the Delta has been with us a lot farther and is still increasing. COVID, up until last Thursday when we were preparing this chart, there was 136 active cases. As cases come in, cases drop off. People have finished their quarantining, so, but some of them are coming in quicker than they can drop off, so that's why we continue. November, you had seen this before, we had 146 cases within the month of November. 130 were vaccinated and, not vaccinated, and 116 were vaccinated. So it's almost 50-50 people getting COVID. We had the breakdown by ages, and for the not vaccinated, most of them were in this group between 20 to 64 was the highest group that were not vaccinated that we need to reach out with education. For the vaccinated people that came down positive, we're in that age group of 30 to 74. The towns listed on the Cape for positivity rate as developed by the Department of Public Health. The information comes out each Friday. So last Friday when this came out, Yarmouth's vaccination had increased to 8.87 of 204 positive cases. The positivity rate is determined from the total test divided by the cases. So that's where it is. And most of the towns have increased. You can see we're almost twice the state average and over the county average. Just kind of looking where it went from the week before, Yarmouth was at 7.33 positivity rate and went up to 8.7. And you can see most of the towns went up. Harwich had a big jump from 6.88 up to over 10. Dennis has also moved up to almost 10 also. So you can see many of the towns moving up, and even the state positivity rate has moved up. These were the other towns that a couple on the other towns had moved down a little bit. And they're also, their number of cases have dropped. The Yarmouth positivity rate over the last month, last several months from October 27th, you can see the positivity rate has increased and along with the number of cases have increased. And you can see it going up in November. November, December, and then you can see December 9th. The positivity rate in town has been increasing over the last several months, along with the number of cases keep increasing. Now we get into fully vaccinated, what our education is, and trying to get people aware to get vaccinated. We can see where Yarmouth sits townwide in relationship to other towns on the Cape. We did move up. These are data provided from the Department of Public Health. We did move up 1% from 73 to 74. So we moved up, but obviously we got a ways to go. Where we've got 4 towns in the 90s, 3 in the 80s. So obviously we want to get more people vaccinated within town. Whether it's vaccination or testing, all the data that you go to, whether it's a pharmacy, grocery store, doctor's office, DPH clinic, it all goes into the state system where this data comes from. We break down the town vaccination rates by age group, and we can see in our 5 through 11-year-olds that just recently become eligible to get their shots. You know, we have 28, but we went up to fully vaccinated in this column. We now have 28. We had 14 that got their second shot recently. So that's increasing, encouraging. We did have that vaccination clinic up at Matakees Middle School, where we did students and parents and did 150 that day. So that's moving forward. You know, we can see we're getting, this is the number of new people that have been vaccinated to the people that have already been vaccinated. You know, this group right here, 30 to 49, we had 35 more vaccinated, which is what we're hoping to, for 35, almost 3,600 people. So townwide, out of our population of 24,000, fully vaccinated, we have 17, almost 18,000 for us. 74%. Hospitalizations, this is a week data from a week ago. Cape Cod Hospital had 21 people within the hospital and 2 in ICU. The county hasn't come out with this week's data, which will probably come out tomorrow on that. But you can see the impact has increased on both Cape Cod and Falmouth hospitals. Yarmouth hospitalization rates for November, there was 11 people in the hospital, and that was their age breakdown. We do not have all the data on, you know, whether they're vaccinated. We know some of them were vaccinated, but we're not sure of all their medical conditions. We do have their age. For December, we've already had 5 people to the hospital for COVID-related symptoms. Vaccinations are available through the county health department. Besides going through your local pharmacies or grocery stores or making appointments, you can contact the county health departments that's running regular clinics on Thursday by calling a number or going right to their website and self-scheduling. Very easy to do. They're hoping to increase that. So for vaccination, call the county health department, or COVID testing. You can also call the county health department. They also have testing at the fairgrounds and Orleans, and they will have some at the county site. So again, it's the same phone number and same web address to contact for a testing or vaccination. So just wanted to put this in there. We talked a little about it last week. The Chairman Bosky talked about it, that even if you've had COVID and have immunization, it's still recommended vaccination, because some of the immunity might have worn off depending how long it is. And they still recommend, doctors still recommend in general that you should get a benefit of a booster shot, vaccinations and boosters. Homebound, we're still reaching out to the homebound. In April, we did about 130 people. We're in the process now through working with the Senior Center, Diane Kane, who's been calling people, the homebound people, and scheduling that. Lieutenant Chris McMahon from the fire department is coordinating the fire department to go out to give shots. And matter of fact, they're starting tomorrow. They're going to split the town up. They're going to go to, they've all been notified. So we got about 85 people between tomorrow and Monday, homebound, that will be getting their booster shots. Again, if anybody's listening at home, it hasn't been called, or is homebound and needs assistance, can't get out, still call the senior center and we'll see what we can do for you. So that starts tomorrow. The health plan, the Board of Health has worked on to increase precautions, bringing it to people's attention. The COVID, the Board of Health issued a mask advisory back in August 16th for indoor public areas. They moved to their Board of Health meeting on November 16th to a mask mandate within town buildings, hearing rooms, meeting rooms, such as we're in tonight, for board members and audience. And then number 3, at the Board of Health meeting on December 6th, they again strengthened and the mask advisory indoors by a written mask advisory that will be discussed tonight and will be discussed further in a few minutes by the chairman, Hillard Bosky. The health plan will continue, Board of Health will continue monitoring positivity rates and vaccination rates. What they're looking at is we've really seen the vaccination rates increase considerably over 5%. When the Board of Health started, it was about 3 to 4%, and that was, they're trying to say anything that went over 5%, they would start taking some action, or they would decrease action if the vaccination rates increased, which has been relatively flat. The health plan also includes social media, trying to get as much information we can get up on our town webpage, working with the Chamber of Commerce, forwarding some of this information to the Chamber of Commerce, myself meeting with the director, Mary Velborn, a couple times and by phone call so we can reach this out to the businesses, working closely with the schools also. We've requested county health department assistance for further vaccination clinics for children and adults within town. Right now, the county is straight out doing contact tracing for several of the towns. They're noticing a surge in COVID cases, that they're redoing their tracing policy a little bit, but they're also straight out now on testing as best they can. So we're hoping that they'll be able to increase some staffing to allow more of that. Probably saw this in the newspaper, Cape Cod Times last week, where the CEO of the hospitals in Boston came out with the importance of vaccinations and masks. That's going to lead us into the Board of Health mask advisory. I'm going to turn it over to the chairman in a second, that this is the mask advisory recommended for indoor public areas from their meeting, Board of Health meeting on December 6th. It went into effect December 7th. There is a written mask advisory that you have before you in there. This has also been sent to the Chamber of Commerce for their members to be aware of and posting. We also included a mask advisory sign for them. I know it's hard to read, so I'll just put the high points that I think probably the chairman wants to come in here and talk about the high points, Mr. Chairman. I think what's included. I think you can omit him. Mr.
Sure.
Chairman.
No.
Chairman to chairman.
Fine. Yeah, as what's typical, Bruce does a great job summarizing, giving us all an update. And the point I want to make is that the Board of Health is really advising the public here. This is not a mandate. This is our advice to wear a mask that covers your nose and your mouth, regardless of your vaccination status, while indoors in places that are open to the public. That's the essence of this. We listed
2 exemptions, one for children under 2. And if a person has some medical problem that prevents them from wearing a mask. We included 2 benchmarks where we would take a look and reevaluate this advisory, and that would be the positivity rate if it drops below 5%, and if our vaccination rate goes over 80. As Bruce mentions, the vaccination rate has really plateaued. And this is, I'm not sure what's happening. We just don't see more people getting vaccinated here. And I think people are well educated. This is not new. This has been going on for 2 years. Vaccinations were on the market. Now it's 1 year, I think, from this week. So people have made decisions here, and we're in the winter. It's going to, unfortunately, I think things are going to get worse. And we just welcome your support as the select board and the public to join us in this effort for all of us to stay healthy. Bruce and I are here to answer any questions. There are other Board of Health members here who can participate in that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask board members if they have any questions about the advisory or any comments, starting with Selectman Smith.
I very much appreciate the advisory of wearing masks. And again, as you indicated, it's not a mandate, but it's I would say it's highly recommended. And I'm glad to see everybody in the audience is wearing a mask this evening. It shows respect for everybody and your neighbors. Thank you.
Selectman Post.
No, I mean, I support the advisory. The only issue that I had was with the mandate, and that my concern really is with being in meetings room, the comment was made about, they want the public to see us doing that. And I think we have to be very careful. But that's fine from this board, but I think the Board of Health should not be making political statements. They should be making statements that are directly health related. So that's my only comment with that. I think there's as much of a risk getting COVID in the hallway as there is in a meeting room. So I think we need to continue to look at that and make policies that make sense. But other than that, I'm in support of.
Thank you.
Talk about the testing though, as part of this, or you just want to talk about?
I'm just wondering, first of all, let's,
Okay.
I don't have any objection to another question.
Well,
I just figured
there's been a lot of talk recently about some communities that the governor has said are below poverty and have gotten free testing. And I know Yarmouth was not one of those. And I'm just wondering, I think it's significantly important to make tests available to everybody, because the only way we're going to stop the spread is people to know that they have it and not go out in public and spread it. So I think we as a board should find. Okay, go ahead, Bruce.
That's a great question. I don't mean to.
No, I'm
cut in.
very interested in
I was going to bring that up at a point in time, but that's a great question. As you're aware, the governor came out for free testing for 102 communities within the state that had a high poverty percentage. Yarmouth did not. The other towns of Orleans and Dennis had a higher poverty rate within their town. We're at 7%. They were at a higher percent, so they fell into that 102. The state is looking at mass bulk buying of testing kits that we would be able to afford. I've worked with Mary Wagon in our community development area, and there is money in our COVID that Mary had put together about a year ago. And the CGGB money is available. And so even a year ago, we had set up things for COVID, and testing is one of them. So we would purchase testing to make available. And it sounded like today the governor wasn't going to have that available for a bulk purchasing for municipalities until probably first of the year.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
All right. Do you know how many? Do we know the price?
No, I think they said the state was paying $5 per test.
Okay.
So we do have she does have a considerable money that would purchase quite a few.
Okay, I just think it's really important that we keep that communication open and that
Yes.
the boards are made aware if we don't have enough, that we find funding to make that possible. But
Yes.
that's just my personal opinion.
No,
but
great
thank you very
question.
much.
That's great.
Great, thank you. Selectman Stone.
I don't have a question on the advisory, but I do have a question that's somewhat related to the testing. Obviously, when people perhaps feel the need to get tested, it's based on certain symptomatology. And when COVID first came out, one of the telltale symptoms was a fever. But I've talked to people who have been vaccinated, who have been infected with COVID, who said they didn't have that symptom. So has the symptomatology changed, and what are the symptoms people should be looking for with these more recent variants?
Great question. Dr. Bosky?
Sure. I don't think the symptomology has changed. I mean, there's some very specific ones that we've all read about where you lose your sense of taste or smell, but it's not feeling well. I don't think we can do better than that. Time to use testing very often would be before you're going out to join people in this time of year with holiday, families getting together, friends getting together. That'd be a great time to test. And if you're positive, to stay home. So it's really not feeling well. Fever is fairly common. Certainly shortness of breath would be part of it. It could be very similar to the flu. And last year, actually, the flu rate was very low because people wearing masks. We'll see what happens this year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Selectman Horgan.
With respect to the advisal, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We did promise to enable the public or others to speak during the second. I don't know if is there anybody here in the audience that would like to speak? Yes, please.
Peter Morris. Did I hear you say that somebody in the state determined that Orleans and Dennis has a higher poverty rate than we do?
Yes.
Correct.
I'd like to see what bureaucrat came up with that one, because I don't think I can't imagine that it relates to, to reality. What I'd like to know is why, especially religious institutions, places of worship, were put on this specific list. I mean, they've really come in under almost a constitutional protection. And I mean, are any of those places ones where a lot of the positive cases are coming out of?
The positive cases are pretty much community-wide spread between ages. We haven't had a cluster associated with a church at this time. However, we've had people that, in those different areas. So most of them are sitting close together. Most churches ask and calling for our support and advice. And this is the advice that the Board of Health's recommended.
It's amazing. I'm at a different kind of church, I guess. Now, what I would like to know is, at last week's meeting, I thought I understood Dr. Bosky to say that he was seeking the board's approval of these advisories that he was coming up with. And then at the end, sort of, he said that the advisory went into effect at 12:01 a.m. of that day already. So what was he looking for? Rubber stamping by the board?
They're looking for an endorsement, which is why we're meeting tonight.
But he's looking for an endorsement, but
correct.
He already has put it into effect, and now you're supposed to just rubber stamp it?
Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, I guess I.
Go right ahead.
Is it true that if you go to, let's say, the emergency room and then get admitted to the hospital, that you will not be able to get the monoclonal therapeutics once you are admitted into the hospital.
That I wouldn't know what the hospital procedures are.
Well, does Dr. Bosky?
No, I don't know the policy there. Certainly the monoclonal antibodies are available. People are sick, but I don't know about their policy of what takes place in the ER or on the floors or in the ICU.
Well, my understanding was that you better ask for it while you're still in the emergency room, or once they admit you, that it would not be, they would be giving it to you for some.
I find that hard to believe, quite frankly. If you need treatment, you'll get it in the emergency department as well as upstairs if you're admitted, if it's indicated.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have a question? Okay, anybody online have a question? I don't see any hands raised online. Okay, any more questions by the board or comments? Does anybody want to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that Board of Selectmen support the advisory recommendation for mask indoors in support of the Board of Health.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and second. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you very much for being here tonight.
Thank you for your support.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the show cause hearing for the music room. And I'm going to turn this portion of our meeting over to Selectman Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first of all, who do we have for the music room tonight?
Good evening, Mr. Selectman. My name is Bill Kelly. I'm an attorney and I represent Alpha Entertainment Group, LLC, DBA The Music Room, whose license manager and principal, Brian Safoni, is with me this evening.
Okay, do you have anybody else that's gonna give testimony except for Brian?
Not as anticipated. I'll be making some comments in a presentation.
Take a seat. And we have retired officer and attorney Phil Magnuson, who's here on behalf of the Yarmouth Police Department. Do you have anybody that's gonna
I
give?
have Sergeant Donahue, Officer Mabe, Officer Chung, and Officer Wenberg, if we decide to go with live testimony. And I believe that I have the members of the public who filed the initial complaints.
Okay, are they all present?
I haven't spoken to each of them, but in the conversation, I think
Because I think being that this is a disciplinary hearing, we should swear everybody. So why don't you bring the officers up and the lay witnesses up? And Mr. Saponi, are you gonna give testimony?
Yes. Yes. Just in case he will be. I'll have him sworn.
Yes. So who do we have? I see the 4 officers. Who else?
okay. Do we have someone from 55 anesthesia? Okay, why don't you stand up? 59 anesthesia. Are you Solara? Yes, I am. Okay, and we don't have Bob, I've got a letter from him. We have somebody from 9 Ruby. Are you there, Daniel? Yes. Okay, those would be the civilian witnesses.
All right, and so Brian, raise your hand, stand up.
Stand up, raise your right hand.
All of you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Yes, everybody? All right. So let the record reflect that all the potential witnesses are sworn. We will start with Officer Magnuson.
Do we need to read the, we don't,
Excuse me?
do we need to open the hearing?
Okay, we have a lot of people and a lot of facts. So
Okay,
to
yeah,
try
we're
to
gonna-
organize that.
Phil, hold on one
I'm
second.
sorry.
Tracy has reminded me, as she usually
Read the ad.
does, that I did not read the ad into the record. Thank you, Tracy. Yarmouth Board of Selectmen, acting as local licensing authority, is scheduled a show cause hearing to determine if the annual all alcoholic pouring license and annual weekday / Sunday entertainment license is held by the Music Room, 541 Route 28, West Yarmouth, Mass. Brian Saponi, manager, should be modified, suspended, or revoked under Mass General Laws, Chapter 138, Sections 12 and 64, and Section 1.11 of the Rules and Regulations, Chapter 155 of the Yarmouth Town Code. Hearing will be held on Tuesday, December 14th, 2021, in the hearing room at Town Hall, 1146 Route 28, South Yarmouth. The Board of Selectmen meeting begins at 6 p.m. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I have prepared a list of documents. I've already provided it to Mr. Sapone. I emailed it to him yesterday, and I believe Mr. Kelly has a copy. I have extra copies for all of the board members. I think this will help to organize my presentation.
Why don't you give them to our town administrator and he can pass them out. Mr. Kelly, do you have a copy?
I received a copy late yesterday afternoon by email. Oh, yeah, if you got an extra one. Thanks so much. And I have concerns with the documents in the state by which they were sent to me. And for the board to consider those documents. And very specifically, it has to do with a number of the police reports that are identified in the cover sheet. In that each one of those reports has a line, 2 lines, in fact, as you may be familiar with, for a signature of the reporting officer. And none of the documents that were provided to me or to Mr. Saponi carries that signature. And I would respectfully submit that the absence of the signature that clearly is required makes these documents per se unreliable and not proper evidence on which you should be basing a decision.
All right, well, we have the officers here. They can authenticate the reports. Are all the officers here that file reports? All right.
If you just note my objection for the record, please.
Certainly will.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just to give a little background for the people to hear the way that this matter comes before the board. Back in 2015, the board issued an order that all violations be reported to the licensing chairman. So when I become aware of potential violations, I write a letter to Mr. Stone, laying out what I expect the evidence to be and the potential violations. Since then, I've gone on and gathered further information. What I would like to do is to go through these documents in the order that we have them. I might add, by means of authentication, that I was a police officer for 22 years in the town of Yarmouth. For 3 years, I was full-time clerk, head of the records division, and I continue in that capacity on a part-time basis. So I've been handling log entries and police records as part of my job for many years now. The first document that I would like to draw your attention to is the 2 entertainment licenses. The first is the Sunday license. And in the box, it clearly indicates 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. And for type of entertainment in the box, it says amplification system, live band, number of pieces, 8, live music, recorded music, theatrical exhibition, and TV. And you might note conditions down in the left-hand corner, live entertainment to end at 11 p.m. The weekday license, which is the second document, has the same description of licensed authority, and in boldface, the hours, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday, and the same condition and conditions down at the lower portion. The third document is the general all alcohol license issued to the music room. Manager on the license is Brian Serpone. The next document is the list of assistant managers. There's an issue which we'll come to later that there was an unapproved assistant manager in charge. I want to note that on November 17th, Mr. Serpone, with his renewal application, cured that problem by filing an updated list. And he did so without hearing from us. So I'm satisfied with respect to that issue. What I would like to do when I get to the actual incidents is to review the log entries to point out relevant information therein. And then go to the member of the public who made the specific complaint to address that specific complaint, and then go to the officer who responded. So the first log entry is for October the 22nd. The call came in, you see up on the upper left-hand side, it says call number, and then the second line underlined is time. The call came in at 23:41, which is 19 minutes to 12 in civilian time. Sergeant Neil Donahue, who is here, responded. He arrived at 23:51, 9 minutes before midnight, and he cleared at 23:56. Now, that complaint came from 55 Anastasia. I would propose to go to the complainant, let them describe what they heard, and then I'll come back with Officer Donahue. 55 Anastasia.
Hi. I actually went outside to let the dog out. And-
If we may,
Oh,
who
sorry.
is this person and what?
Yeah, I'm gonna get
My
that.
name's Carrie
Wait a
Rich.
minute, ma'am. First of all, can you speak into the microphone, please?
Yeah.
And secondly, give your name and your address and then tell us what happened.
Sure. Carrie Rich, 55 Anastasia Road, West Yarmouth. I had gotten up, I heard my window was open. I am behind the music room, across the street from Sue, on the opposite side of the house. My grandmother is actually 94, lives closest to the road. She can hear it also. I had gotten up because I heard the noise. I went out and let the dog out, and you can hear the music playing. Clearly, the thumping, everything. So
Can you describe in more detail what it is that you heard?
it's
Objection. She's already testified to that.
it's the bass, it's the music. It depends. I mean, it all depends. That night, I can't remember if the door was open. Sometimes the door's open in the back. You can hear people.
Objection. We're
What
talking
what
about a
did you
specific
hear?
date.
I heard the noise of the music. It was the bass of the music playing from my bedroom on the opposite side of the house, and went outside and confirmed it was coming from there.
Okay. All
I
right.
called the police department.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Officer Donahue, Sergeant Donahue.
Evening.
Please state your name for the record.
Sergeant Neil Donahue, Yarmouth Police Department.
Directing your attention to Friday, October 22nd, approximately 23:40 hours. Did you have occasion to go to the music room?
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe when you arrived there?
When I arrived there, I pulled into the east side parking lot and drove around to the back side of the parking lot, shut the car down and listened for noise. And I heard some faint music coming from the restaurant area.
Can you describe what the music was?
It was just some music coming from it. It was a faint music.
And what did you do?
I pulled up to the side of the building and entered the front of the building.
And did you have conversation with anyone there?
Yeah, I walked inside and I was met by, I'm not sure who the person was, one of the managers there. And he asked me what was going on.
And did you make any observations of any change in the noise while you were there?
By inside the building, it was a little louder inside. We came out and talked. I brought the manager to the back of the building where I had been the first time and just said, hey, this is what I'm hearing back here. I think the night was kind of a cool night, so the sounds were carrying. I said, at nights like this, you need to be careful with the noise because it does carry and it can be heard by the neighbors. While I was having conversation with him, the side door opened up and I think one of the employees came out of the side. And at that point, you could hear the louder music coming in. I think that amplified it enough that they could hear. It was a lot louder when the door opened.
And which side is the side door? Could you give us a compass direction?
It'd be the east side.
Okay. And what time was it that you were there?
I was there at about, I could dispatch at 23:41, probably somewhere around 23:50, 55.
Okay, thank you.
You got what? You
May I
got
inquire-
questions?
Yes, may I inquire, Sergeant?
You want to have him authenticate his report?
Oh, yes.
Ask him if that's his report or not.
You've got it with you. Okay. What is the report number of the report that you wrote, Sergeant Donahue?
21-1556-OF.
And is this your account of the events of that evening?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Sergeant Donahue.
Good evening. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. How about yourself?
Very good.
Thank you for coming, so we can have a conversation about the music room. Now, is it fair to say that in fact, the total time that you were spent on premises from the time you were dispatched to the time you left was 5 minutes?
Fair.
And in fact, that is accurately recorded in your report that's been submitted as an exhibit to the Selectmen this evening?
Correct.
And in fact, you originally wrote the report on what date?
I'm not sure what date I wrote the report. It was
Well, isn't it true that
12/4 I wrote the report.
so that's December the 4th of 2021?
Correct.
And in fact, your original entry, according to your report, was at 14:59. Is that right?
14:55 maybe? And the 4th, 12/4?
I'm looking at the page that's has a title of Narrative for Sergeant Neil P. Donahue, reference 21-1556-OF, in which it was entered at 12/4/2021 at 14:59.
Okay.
Is that what your report reflects?
Mine says 14:55, but
Have you written more than one report about this incident?
no, I haven't.
Well, you're referring to the first page that has the title incident report up the top. Is that true?
Correct.
And there's a second page to that, isn't it? That's titled narrative.
Correct.
And in fact, there's also a time stamp for when that was entered for the narrative. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure what copy. I printed mine out from our computer myself, so I'm not sure which how your copy was printed out.
May I approach?
Sure.
Pardon me for 1 minute while I locate it on a clean, legible copy. Thank you. So I'll hand to you
Okay.
the copy that's admitted, and in fact, that's the page of your report titled Narrative for Sergeant Neil P. Donahue. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, having looked at the information on that document as to when it was entered, it was first entered on December the 4th at 14:59. Isn't that true?
True.
And in fact, December the 4th, we can recognize is after November the 23rd of 2021. Isn't that true?
Correct.
So in fact, between November 23rd of 2021 and December the 4th of 2021, were you contacted by anyone to issue this report?
Yes.
Who contacted you, sir?
Sergeant Hennessy.
And is he your supervisor?
No.
You share the same rank as Sergeant Hennessy.
Correct.
And in fact, what did Sergeant Hennessy give you instructions about filing this report?
No, he asked me to file a report on the incident.
And before he contacted you, you had not filed the report. Isn't that true?
I had not.
And in fact, isn't it fair to say that once you left the premises on the evening of October the 22nd of 2021, you consider the matter closed? Isn't that true?
Correct.
May I approach the witness to retrieve the document? Thank you.
There you go, sir.
Have you written any other reports regarding this, your visit to the music room on October the 22nd of 2021?
I have not.
And do you have a copy of that incident report? The first page?
I do. I have, it's a little different printout. I think that come out of our records division. This comes out of our computer. It might be printed out a little different.
So on the second page, which is titled Narrative for Sergeant Neil P. Donahue.
Yes.
It shows that in fact, the original report was modified. Isn't that true?
I don't show that on mine. If you have it on that one, maybe.
Yeah. May I approach the witness again? I'm sorry, I prematurely retrieved that. Thank you, Sergeant. I show you a copy of your report that's titled Narrative for Sergeant Neil F. Donahue.
Okay.
And in fact, it has a line with a date and time that the report was modified. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And do you know who made that modification, sir?
Modified by me, it says.
Okay. And in fact, it's only after you modified the report that 4 minutes later, the report was approved. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Who approved that modified report?
I did.
And is it fair to say that?
Well, I didn't get his answer. Who approved it?
I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And is it fair to say that the word modified means the same as changed?
Yes.
And in fact, what happened to the original report you filed that was entered at 14:59 that day?
What happened to the original one?
Yes, sir.
I don't think there was, I don't remember changing anything in the wording in the report. I'm not sure what got modified at 12 past, but it was 13 minutes after I started the report, so.
But that is an accurate depiction of what was filed, and it is an accurate depiction of the official police records of the Yarmouth Police Department. Isn't that true?
Correct. I began the report at 14:59, probably finished it around 15:12 and approved it at 15:16.
And it was modified at 15:12, sir.
You've been over that.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
And the report's obvious. It was entered on 14:59, modified on 15:12, and approved on 15:16.
I'll move on. Did you ever sign this report, Sergeant Donahue?
I did not.
Is it your custom in practice to sign these reports, sir?
It is not.
And so when's the last time you signed a report you filed with the Yarmouth Police Department about your official actions during your tour of duty?
One of these OF numbers, I don't remember signing off on an OF.
May I retrieve the document from the sergeant? Thank you.
There you go.
May I have just 1 minute to check my notes? Now, did you speak to any resident in regards to your visit to the music room on October the 22nd of 2021?
I did not.
Okay. Now, in your incident report, you recorded the complainant's sex and race. Isn't that true? You have a recollection over that, sir?
I'm just trying to read it. I don't believe I put anything about the, I'll look for it.
May I approach the witness just to try to?
Yeah, but what's the relevance of what the person's sex or race is?
Well,
unless it affects the quality of the noise.
I'll save that for oral, for argument. You have the document, so.
All right.
Can you show me where it says I put down sex in there?
May I approach the
Go ahead.
witness? I'll show you page 1 of the incident report.
Okay.
Which you said was yours.
That was the
In the
dispatch.
bottom middle.
Okay.
Is there a record of the sex and race of the complainant?
It says male white, but I did not put that in there. That might have been in a previous entry that was entered if he was on our computer before that.
So your report does not accurately reflect the incident of October the 22nd, 2021. Is that your testimony tonight?
He didn't say that. He said that he did not put the M and W in there on this particular instance. It was probably in the machine. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
All right. Go ahead.
And so your report includes information that had no relevance to what happened on the night of October the 22nd, 2021. Isn't that?
I think we can agree on that it's irrelevant. Can we move on?
Absolutely. You have just 1 more minute. I have no further questions. Thank you, Sergeant.
No, thank you.
If I could just clarify our
ahead.
procedure for entering information on the computer. When you go back to write an OF report on an earlier call for service, what's the procedure for doing that?
Go back and write a report. I'll go back and get the relevant information out of the call for service and add that into the report and then write my narrative on top of it. So I'll get the caller, which comes out of the call for service to the original call. That adds to the report as the reporting party. All that information is transferred across from the reporting party, whatever information about the reporting party is in our computer already, and then a narrative will be written.
Just to be clear that everyone could hear you, the information is transferred across from the call for service into your OF report, correct?
Correct.
And that's done by the computer?
Yes.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you. we're gonna hear from next?
Okay, the next item is,
What number?
it's the report for the 24th. It is
Number 6?
number 6. And this is call for service on October 24th, 2021. The call came in at 0003, 3 minutes after midnight. Officer Sean Ryan and Jesse Mabe were dispatched at 5:45, 5 minutes and 45 seconds. They arrived at the site at 9 minutes and 12 seconds after midnight. That call came from 59 Anastasia. And I believe we have the calling party here from 59 Anastasia. And if you could please come up and state your name and your address first.
My name is Sumari Stratton. I live on 59 Anastasia Road, West Yarmouth.
I didn't get the name.
Sumara.
Spell that.
S-I-L, M as in Mary, A as in Apple, R-A.
Is it
We
in the
pronounce
report
Sumara.
somewhere? It's or not.
It is not. And the last name is
Stratton, S-T-R-A-T-T-O-N.
okay, Stratton. Yes.
Stratton?
Stratton, yes. We actually have you in the computer under 2 different names. One of them is Stratton.
Yes, AKA Sue. Sue.
Okay.
All right, 59 Anastasia on October 24th, right?
Yes.
All right.
And please tell the board what caused you to call the Yarmouth Police Department at that time.
Loud noise. I can hear from my bedroom. I don't need to open the window. I can sing along with the band. You can hear the band singing, the shouting, the screaming. You can hear everything. You can hear the bass, the boom. It's like you're in a big stereo in a little car, just boom, boom. And I can hear the band sing. You can hear the noise clear as a whistle.
And how long had the noise been continuing before you called the police?
Oh, I delegate to call 11:10, 11:15. I keep saying, oh, no, this is going to end. You know, that's 11 o'clock. Let's only give 15 minutes. I've been there. 11:30 comes, it toss around. By the time I say, okay, that's enough.
Could you speak more loudly, please, into the microphone?
Do you want me to repeat everything I said?
Yes, it's hard to hear, if you would, please. Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear that?
I heard that, yeah.
Good.
If you could speak that loudly, that would be good.
I will. I can hear everything. I can play along. I can sing along with the band. You can hear the stereo feels like a big stereo inside a little car, you know, like boom, boom. I delegate to call early. I sit there thinking that, well, this is go away. Just a few more minutes. Just a few more minutes. Let's go. Come on. The neighborhood, you know, the friendly neighborhood. By the time I say, you know what, I need to go back to sleep. I need to sleep. I have a child who does need a lot of attention. I need to be accurate when I do my meds. So I can take that. So I called. I should have called prior the week before.
Jen.
Okay. Just tell us what you heard.
The band, the noise, the shouting, the screaming. Like I said, I can sing along.
Okay.
Can you tell us where your house is in relation?
My house is right behind the music room, directly. This is the music room there. This is my bedroom here. That's the distance we have. I can hear when they open and shut the door. I can hear everything.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I thought he wants to grill me.
You have anything for this one?
I don't think I do.
Oh, you should. Oh, thank you.
Okay, who's next?
Okay, now we call Officer Jesse Mabe.
Good evening.
Please state your name for the record.
Jesse Mabe.
And how long have you been employed by the Yarmouth Police Department?
I've been with the Yarmouth Department since January of this year.
Directing your attention to October 24, 2021. What shift were you assigned to work?
The midnight shift.
And at some point after you went on duty, did you have cause to go to the music room at 541 Route 28?
Yes, sir.
And what did you observe as you approached?
About the Springer Lane area. I don't know how familiar everyone is with Route 28 in that area.
Can you tell us how far away Springer Lane is from the music room?
100 yards or so. It's not very far. But when I got to about Springer Lane on Route 28, heading east, I could hear the music coming from the establishment. At that point, I pulled into the westerly parking lot near Family Dollar and stopped, turned my cruiser off, rolled my windows down. And at that point, I could hear it was mostly loud bass, thumping, loud, deep bass, and faint music with that.
And how would you describe that sound in the parking lot?
Objection, he's answered that already.
Oh, you can have it. Go ahead, answer it.
It was mostly the bass was the biggest thing. It was loud, deep bass. I could hear the music, but the bass was loud and deep and booming.
And based on what you heard, did you form an opinion as whether that music was disruptive to the neighborhood?
Objection.
What was the question again?
Based on what he heard, did he have an opinion on whether that volume of music would be disruptive to anyone in the neighborhood?
We can have that.
No, my objection, please.
It's noted.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my opinion was based on the time of night. It was a bit excessive. The noise was excessive. My opinion was that it was most likely carrying through the
Objection, move to strike the answer. Not responsive to the question.
Okay, after listening to the music from the Family Dollar Tree parking lot, what did you do then?
I started to approach the front door. I went up the side walkway, and as I was approaching, there was a gentleman that came out who I've recognized as being an employee of the establishment. I didn't identify him. I don't know his name, but I've seen him there before, seen him working usually out front. So he approached, he asked if he could help me with anything. I asked him what his capacity was as an employee. I believe I asked him specifically if he was a bouncer. He said he was security as well as management. And then I brought the noise complaint to his attention. I told him that, I had parked and listened, and I could hear that the music was, it was loud, and it was.
And what did he say back to you in return?
I don't recall his exact words, but essentially he said that.
Objection, he's answered the question.
No, wait a minute. He said he didn't recall his exact words, but he does have a recollection of the conversation.
I do. I have a.
What's your recollection of the conversation?
The conversation was essentially that he had agreed to take care of the music. He stated that they would be closing up for the night at 1 a.m. And that he would take care of the noise. He'd make sure everything got turned down.
Okay. Do you remember anything else from that conversation?
Yeah, I believe he had said too that one of the doors was open and he would close it. He would make sure it was closed. I think he also said that due to the cold weather, the air, that the sound was traveling more than it normally would.
Okay. Have you exhausted your memory as to that conversation?
Yeah, it might help refresh my memory if I could.
And you wrote a report on that incident, correct?
I did.
Would it refresh your memory to look at the report?
It would refresh my memory.
Okay, direct your attention to the middle of the second paragraph.
Well, wait a minute. First of all, why don't you have him authenticate the report?
Okay, is this a copy of your report, officer?
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
Yes, so he was aware that because I brought my understanding to him that noise ordinance, the 11 p.m. can't be excessive noise that leaves the premises. He indicated he was aware of that due to the fact that they still had so many people inside. He wouldn't be able to immediately shut everything down. It wasn't feasible. So,
and what did he tell you about what the people inside were doing?
I don't recall. I don't recall specifically.
Would it refresh your memory again to look
Yes,
at your
it would.
report?
Yes, it would. Oh, yeah, he had just mentioned that there were so many people inside still enjoying themselves. Still, my understanding was the music.
And what time did he tell you they would be closing?
He said that the doors closed completely at 1 in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
You done,
Billy?
Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Officer Mabe.
Good evening, sir.
How many reports did you write about your visit to the music room on October the 24th?
One report.
And did you prepare, strike that. How many pages was the one report that you prepared?
Not even a full page.
And are you aware that there were other records generated by the Yarmouth Police Department regarding a visit to the music room on October the 24th?
I wasn't at the time. I am now.
Okay. You had a chance to review those.
No, I haven't reviewed another report.
Okay. And so you have no idea whether a document entitled Yarmouth Police Department is accurate. Is that true?
I don't understand the question. Which document is titled Yarmouth Police Department?
I'll withdraw the question. Now, is it fair to say that when you arrived and approached the interior of the music room, you were met by an individual who was cooperative with you?
Correct.
And he did not delay or deny you access into the music room, did you?
No, I didn't. I didn't try to enter. I spoke with him outside.
All right, so that was my next question. You never entered the music room,
No,
so you don't know how many people were inside at that point.
no, not at all.
Okay. And it's fair to say that in addition to being cooperative, that representative of the music room was responsive to you.
He was.
And in fact, it would be fair to say that he was compliant with you. Is that true?
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, we never got called back after we left. So
And in fact, he complied and responded to your expressed concerns about the volume of the music by turning it down while you were there.
no, he did not turn the music down while I was there.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that your report states that as you drove away, the music appeared to have been turned down?
I believe so. We'd responded to an entirely separate noise complaint immediately after in the nearby area. And it appeared that the music was quieter when we had left
And
the music room.
what premises did you respond to for that second noise complaint that wasn't the music room?
I don't recall. It was another neighborhood close by, more eastbound off of 28.
And are there licensed premises?
It was a residence.
The residence. And in fact, the nature of the noise complaint for that residence, did that involve loud music being played loudly so you could hear it outside?
I believe it did, and I think it also involved loud voices.
Okay. And did you file a report about that response?
No.
I have 1 minute. I have no further questions for Officer Mabe. Thank you, Officer Mabe.
Thank you.
Thank you, officer. Let's, who's next?
The next entry, the next document is document number 8, log entry for October 29, 2021.
Okay.
The log indicates that the call was received at 23:01, which is 1 minute past 11. The call came from 43 Anastasia. Officer Michael Chung was dispatched at 23:49. He arrived at 23:55, 7 minutes before midnight. The complainant on this call was Mr. Bob Ebert, who today emailed me a letter explaining.
Objection.
First of all, what's his last name?
Ebert, E-B-E-R-T,
Go ahead.
Bob Ebert.
Okay, so what are you gonna say? It's hearsay?
Well, first of all, it hasn't been provided to the licensee just now. Second of all,
Well, wait a minute.
it's
What-
not under oath. He hasn't been sworn.
I have been more sworn.
He has.
I'm sorry?
He has. It's administrative hearing. I'm gonna take it. Go ahead.
Please note my objection for the
I
record.
will.
I received this at 4:40 this afternoon,
All right, let's hear it.
in which he said that he had COVID symptoms, he was being tested, and he didn't dare come to the meeting, but because he was fearful that he had COVID. I'll try to restrict the portion of the letter I read to the specific complaint. He
Yeah.
says that on Friday, October the 29th, he called the police at 11:15. At 12:45, the music was still playing. That he actually came to the town office on a previous date and was told that in the future to call the police with a complaint. He said that he didn't know how to make a complaint. So he made that specific complaint. He discussed in more general terms how the noise disturbed them when they were relaxing on their porch, and at night his sleep was disturbed by the boom, boom sound similar to a car with the radio too loud cruising down the street. And I would like to submit that letter for the record.
Does Mr. Kelly have a copy of that?
Yes, he does.
He just handed me one 2 minutes ago.
Let me just take a look at it.
I've registered my objection to the admission into evidence.
All right, we'll mark these later, but I'm gonna accept this, and I note your objection.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, the responding officer was Officer Chung, who I would call.
Okay, let's hear from Officer Chung.
Officer Chung, please state your name for the record.
Michael Chung,
And how long have you been employed by the Yarmouth Police Department?
since July 2018,
And what is your current duty assignment?
patrol officer for the midnight shift.
Directing your attention to October the 29th. Did you have occasion to go to the music room at 541 Route 28?
Yes.
And when you arrived, what did you find?
I was greeted by a member of their staff, and I was along there with my sector partner for a noise complaint.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
We were dispatched there for a noise complaint, but we were greeted by a member of their staff there.
And did you have conversation with that staff member?
Yes.
And what did you say to him, and what did he say to you?
I explained to him that we were there for a noise complaint, and he seemed like he was already awaiting our arrival because he said that they received complaints from nearby neighbors. He advised me of the steps they took to prevent the noise, which I didn't find the noise to be that loud. I just heard the bass. And then we just had a cordial conversation. He invited me inside. When the doors opened, that's when you can really hear the noise.
And what was going on inside?
There was a Halloween party going on, a costume party.
And what, if any, music was playing? How was it produced?
Via DJ.
And would that be amplified recorded music?
Yes.
And what time was that you went to the premises?
Prior to midnight. I don't recall the time.
Let me back up. Did you ask to speak to someone else at the establishment?
I did. I asked to speak to a manager.
And did somebody else come out to speak to you?
Yes.
He identify himself as a manager?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
I advised him that once the doors were opening from people entering and exiting, that's when the noise was really amplified. And I advised that if the patrons are out there smoking cigarettes, they can remain outside smoking a cigarette. But if they're not, if they're just having conversation, to go inside, because I noticed that the doors kept opening and closing, making the noise more amplified.
Okay. Could you hear the noise from outside the building?
I only heard bass.
And where were you standing when you heard the bass?
Outside my cruiser, right at the front door.
Okay. What if Have you exhausted your memory as to what time it was when you visited the music room?
Yes,
Would it refresh your memory to review your report?
it would.
First, I'll show you a report. It's document 21-1488 OF. Is that a copy of the report you wrote on this matter?
Yes, it is.
And looking at the top paragraph, does that refresh your memory as the time that you visited the establishment?
Yes, it does.
And at that time, there was a DJ with amplified music playing, correct?
There was.
Thank you.
And what was the time that he's refreshing his memory on? What's the exact time?
My arrival time was 23:53 hours, so 11:53 p.m.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, you mentioned, if I understood your prior testimony, that you did not arrive alone in your police cruiser. Is that true?
I arrived alone in my police cruiser, but my sector partner also arrived to the call as well.
I did not hear you say sector partner. And that would be Officer Samuels.
Correct.
And in fact, there were two cars there.
Yes, there was.
And to your knowledge, did Officer Samuels write a report about his visit to the music room on this date?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you were there no longer than 12 minutes?
That's fair.
And in fact, is it further fair to say that in your report, you stated that I believe the establishment did a decent job of soundproofing the building to contain the music and noise from getting outside?
Yes.
And in fact, you also indicated that the staff member that initially responded to you was respectful. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
And he was cooperative.
Yes, he was.
And he did not delay or deny you admission into the music room inside, did he?
He did not.
Did you observe how many people were inside the music room at that time?
Not really.
Okay. And is it fair to say that your report indicates that you gave him a verbal warning?
Yes.
You didn't write a violation report on the night of the incident, did you, sir?
No, sir.
And in fact, isn't it true that you waited some 21 days, strike that, 23 days after your visit to the music room to even write your report?
Yes.
And in fact, were you contacted by any official from the town of Yarmouth to write a report about your visit to the music room on October the 29th?
I was.
Who contacted you?
Sergeant Hennessy.
To your superior?
Yes.
And did he order you to write a report about that?
He didn't order me, but he requested I'd write a
Excuse me, I
report.
didn't get your answer. Can you speak into the microphone, please?
He did not order me. He requested that I wrote a report.
Thank you.
And would it be fair to say that a request from your supervising sergeant is indeed a command?
No.
It's not. So you were free to deny that request.
I could have, but I didn't.
And you could deny that request from your supervising sergeant without fear of reprisal or sanction in your employment status.
He respectfully asked me to write a report, but I could have denied him, but I didn't see any harm in writing a report at his request.
And you saw no harm in writing the report at his request because there was no crime committed that night, was it?
No.
And your report reflects that.
Yes.
And in fact, you basically addressed the situation that very evening by issuing a verbal warning to the music room.
Yes.
I have no further questions for Officer Chung. Thank you, Officer
Thank
Chung.
you, Officer Chung.
Thank you.
Officer Magnuson.
Okay, going back to document number 10, log entry. Log entry reflects a complaint coming in at 23:58. Officers arrived at 26:35, some 28 minutes later. And they cleared the call saying that the noise complaint was unfounded. The narrative, which is the information that the dispatcher took from the caller, states RP reports a deep bass sound coming from the music room. He heard the same noise last week and drove around and found it at the music room, but did not call. And I believe that we have Daniel Jordanon, who is the resident at 9 Ruby Street.
So what number is this again? 10?
9. Oh, I'm sorry, document number 10.
Hello. The log entry. 11 is also a log entry. Where's the report?
There is no report for number 10. And I can, first of all, the primary officer who handled the call is no longer with the police department.
Okay.
So this is one of the reasons why we don't have the call.
10, okay, thanks.
So let me clarify. I'm not Daniel Yordanov. We live in the same house. My name is Dimitar Ivanov, Dimitar Ivanov. I didn't call.
We didn't, Mr. Kelly.
Maybe go a little slower, Daniel, if you can, so we can understand.
My name is
name and address, and you're gonna have to speak loudly, and you're gonna have to speak into that microphone, or we're not gonna be able to understand what you're saying.
Right. My name is Dimitar, Dimitar, last name Ivanov, Ivanov, 9 Ruby Street. That's less than a quarter of a mile away.
Okay, before you go on, I got the first name all right. Is the last name Ivanov? Or did I miss something? Spell your last name again.
Ivanov. That's a Victor.
I had it right.
Ivanov.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, we got it. Directing your attention to the 5th of November. What caused you to call the police department and make a complaint?
It was weeks of not noise, but bass, because I'm far away, a little bit far away compared to the other houses. So what I hear, it's not here, I feel a bass. It's usually on Friday, except the last 2 Fridays. But it started, I would say, at the beginning of October. This is when I started to feel and hear it. On Saturdays, I wake up at 5 in the morning to go to work. So staying up till 12:30, 1 o'clock, it doesn't work for me. So I tried everything. Like I bought a noise machine to put in my room to try to cancel the noise. It doesn't work. I'm trying to sleep with earplugs because it's a bass, it doesn't help. So I moved the last 3 weeks, I would say 4, in my living room. So I sleep on the couch on the Fridays.
And how did you know that the bass noise was coming from the music room?
It took me a few weeks to figure out. I thought that it's my neighbors. I walked in the neighborhood at midnight, and then I drove by. Maybe the 3rd week or the 2nd week, I don't remember exactly. But I didn't call the same night. I called the next Friday.
So
actually, Daniel called.
So the noise you heard on the 5th is the same noise that you heard a week before that you determined was coming from the music room.
Yes.
I would object to the question about any conduct that was not properly noticed for this hearing tonight, which is specifically tied to the date of November the 5th. That's all that the licensee has been put on notice to respond to.
Okay, so what did you hear on November 5th?
I don't remember the exact date. I don't hear, I feel the bass when I go in my bed, and I can feel boom, boom, boom.
You can feel vibrations?
Like vibrations, yes.
You said feel it, not hear it. You can feel it?
Because it's like a feel, it's, yeah.
All right.
If I could be heard on that, Mr. Stone.
Go ahead.
We're not talking about the prior week's violation as a violation. His experience the prior week merely indicates how he determined that that specific distinct noise was coming from the music room. The week before he heard it, he drove to the music room and it was coming from there. On the 5th, he heard exactly the same noise, so he had a basis to believe that it was coming from the music room.
That's fair. Go ahead.
Note my objection. For the record, please.
Very well.
Okay, I think I'm all set with you, sir. Mr. Kelly?
Mr. Kelly, wait a minute. Do you have questions for him?
A couple, yes, please.
Mr. Kelly has a few questions for you.
All right.
Good evening, Mr. Ivanov.
Good evening.
Now, did you make any notes about your experience on the evening of November the 5th of 2021?
Notes by, you mean to send a mail or something like that, or?
Did you write anything down about that night?
For myself, no, I haven't.
For anybody?
No.
Okay.
To send any emails?
I sent an email 2 weeks ago on the board because I heard that there will be a meeting, the previous meeting. So I sent a mail.
And to whom did you address that email?
The email I found on the website, selectmen.com or something like that. And I received an answer.
That was 2 weeks before November the 5th, is that correct?
No, the email I sent was 2 weeks before now.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
The email I sent was before the previous meeting.
So it's 2 weeks before today.
Yes.
So that would be December the 1st.
I don't know the exact date, probably.
Okay. So is it your testimony to the board tonight that you can remember November the 5th, but you can't remember what happened 2 weeks ago?
That's, yes, I cannot remember everything. I wasn't sure that I'm going to be here, so I didn't intend to remember.
Are you aware that in fact the Yarmouth Police Department has reported that in fact the complaint was unfounded for November the 5th of 2021?
I'm not aware, but I'm aware that on the next morning I called the Yarmouth Police Department around 9 o'clock, I would say, to ask if they can give me any information about my complaint from the previous night.
You asked them if they could give any what?
Any information.
Any information?
Yeah.
I have no further questions for Mr. Ivanoff this evening.
Right,
Thank you, Mr. Ivanoff.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Magnus.
Okay, we are now at document number 11, log entry from November 12th, 2021. The time of the call as recorded in the entry is 23:48, 12 minutes before midnight. It's a complaint of loud music coming from the music room. The call came from 59 Anastasia Road. Officer Wenberg responded. She arrived at 6 minutes past midnight. So first I would like to go to, I believe it's Silmara Stratton that called this time again.
We're on document number 11, log entry November 12th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes,
Oh, don't I should say my name?
if you would, please.
Oh, what's your name, sir? Jaco. I'm sorry. What's his name?
Just say Silmara, please.
My name's Sumari Stratton.
Okay. Can you tell us what caused you to call the police on November the 12th at about 10 minutes before midnight?
The noise.
And describe for us what the noise was you heard at that time.
Loud noise, as always. A loud noise. Shouting. I can sing along. We're going with this again. I can sing along with the music. You can hear voices.
When you say shouting, was the shouting with
Shouting
the
of
music or was it
people.
from out in the parking lot?
For both. You can hear people singing along inside the establishment. You can hear the band. You can hear the DJ. Whatever they play, you can just sit it behind my house and you can hear everything.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kelly?
Mr. Kelly, do you have any questions for her?
May I have just 1 minute, please, to review?
Certainly.
Thank you.
And then is Officer Wenberg here?
Yes, she is.
She's going to be next? Yes. And is that it?
I have 2 reports from Officer Wenberg.
2, okay.
I have no questions for.
I feel, may I say something? I feel like that's strange.
Examination was not.
I feel like it's strange. He doesn't have any question for a person who lives right behind the music room.
We're done with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Officer Wenberg next.
Yes, we do.
Officer Wenberg, you want to come up?
Please state your name.
Officer Erica Wenberg,
And how long have you been employed by the Yarmouth Police Department?
15 years.
Directing your attention to November the 12th at approximately 23:48. Did you have occasion to go to the music room?
I did.
And what did you observe when you arrived there?
I observed amplified music coming from the building.
And where were you when you heard this amplified music?
I pulled to the east side of the building, near the back door.
And could you describe the volume of that music?
It was pretty loud.
And did you move around the parking lot to listen to that music from a distance?
I did. I went to the far back corner where the stockade fence meets.
And about how far is that from the music room building?
It's over 100 feet.
Now, after listening to that music, what did you do next?
I went to the front door and I opened the door and there was a gentleman near the front door. I believe he was a bouncer or some type of employee like that.
Did you observe any entertainment going on inside the premises?
There was a DJ.
And what did you hear when you went inside?
I heard music being played.
And about what time would this have been?
A little bit after midnight.
Okay. Did you have conversation with this person who approached you and identified himself as a bouncer?
Yes.
And did you speak to anyone else there?
I spoke with a gentleman that was the manager.
Did you ask for a manager?
I did.
And who was the person who spoke to you when you asked for a manager?
Brendan Roberts.
And did you see what Brendan was doing before he came to speak to you?
He was behind the bar serving drinks.
Did you have a conversation with him about tonight's complaint?
I did.
Did you make an examination of the entertainment license for the premises?
I did.
And did you discuss the entertainment license and the hours thereon with Mr. Roberts?
I did.
And what did he say about the hours on the entertainment license?
He told me he thought it was for live entertainment.
Okay. What were the hours that you observed on the license?
7 p.m. to 11 p.m.
And what was Mr. Roberts' understanding as to music which would be allowed or not allowed under those license hours?
He felt that that was meant for a band, not for a DJ.
Did you have further conversation with Mr. Roberts about his tip certification?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
I asked him if he was tip certified. He stated yes, but he didn't have a copy of it with him.
Okay. That is all I have, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you.
I have a question. The officer said she observed the license. We're talking about the weekday license, the Tuesday to Saturday license. That's what the report says.
She says the Town of Yarmouth entertainment license, the weekday license, Tuesday to Saturday.
All right, I want to make that clear. That's the license she was referring to. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you.
Well, let me show you a report.
Okay, well, he's going to authenticate.
Is this a copy of the report that you wrote regarding this call?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you. So when you went to enter the premises, were you denied access to the premise, to the music room?
Not at all.
Were you delayed in your admission into and entry into the music room?
No, I wasn't, sir.
Okay. Are you a designated agent of the Board of Selectmen as they constitute the local liquor licensing authority?
Yes.
And when did you receive that designation? Do you recall?
I do not know.
Okay.
What was her answer?
She doesn't recall.
Oh, she doesn't recall. Okay.
So is it fair to say that your report indicates that there was no crime involved on your visit to the music room on November the 12th?
There was a violation Not that there was a
My
crime.
question, officer,
It was a crime. Did,
There was no crime.
and how long did you spend at the music room during your visit on November the 12th?
I can't recall, sir.
Your report reflects the time that you arrived? Is that true?
Arrived, yes.
Does your report reflect the time that you left?
I only have my narrative, sir, so I don't have the front sheet.
And when did you write your report regarding your visit to the music room on November the 12th?
I believe right after I went there, sir.
So that would be what date?
The 13th?
Did you sign your report?
No.
And when you encountered Mr. Roberts, would it be fair to say that he was cooperative with you?
Yes, he was.
And he responded to all your questions?
He did.
And he didn't delay his response to all your questions, is that true?
That's true.
And is it fair that in your report, you reported the disposition of prior visits to the music room by other officers? Is that true?
That is true, sir.
And in fact, specifically regarding the visit on October the 24th, you indicated that the music room received a verbal warning. Isn't that right?
I did, sir.
And you indicated in your report on strike that. And that's a truthful statement in your report, isn't it, officer?
It is.
And your report also has a report on the action of the Yarmouth Police Department taken after a visit on October the 29th. Isn't that true?
That's correct, sir.
And in fact, your report states that the Yarmouth Police Department issued the music room a verbal warning. Isn't that true?
That's true, sir.
And that's an accurate recitation of what has happened. Isn't that true in your report?
It is, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer. I have no further questions for Officer Wenberg in regards to her
Anything
visit on
further,
November the 12th.
Can I just clarify a few things?
Sure.
Officer Wenberg, you testified that you don't remember exactly when you were appointed as an agent of the licensing authority. Can you give us a rough statement for how many years it's been?
I'd say it's over 6, at least.
And during that time, have you been active in licensing investigations and matters?
I have.
Have you testified here before this board?
I have.
Have you written reports on licensing investigations and other matters?
I have.
Thank you.
Anything further?
I have no recross. Thank
All right, thank you. Appreciate it, officer.
We're actually going to keep her.
Oh, you got, okay, that's right. I forgot. You said there were 2 reports.
Well, let me just back up a little bit.
What number are we on now?
We are now on number 13.
Okay. So are we gonna have a civilian witness first?
No, we are not. This is Officer Wenberg's follow-up check the following day. The call came in Friday night, a few minutes before midnight. That was the 12th. She was there on the 13th, which was Saturday, and she went back to do a compliance check on the 14th, which was Sunday. And on Sunday, the 14th, about what time did you arrive at the music room? If you recall?
Midnight.
Okay. Upon arrival there, who did you speak with?
I met Mr. Sapone.
Okay. And what was your conversation with him? What did you tell him about your visit the previous night?
I told him that I was there for a noise complaint. And at that time, I spoke with a staff member regarding his tips certification.
Did you ask Mr. Serpone for the tip certifications for the bartenders and servers?
I did.
And what was his response?
He said that he didn't have any records on hand.
Did he produce any tip certificates?
No, sir.
What did you do then in your investigation?
I spoke with Mr. Roberts was there again.
And you know what his position is?
General manager.
And what did he tell you? Did you ask him for tip certificate?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
He said that he didn't have it with him.
Did he tell you that he had one, but he didn't have it with him?
Yes,
And did you speak with Annette Bose?
I did.
And how did she describe her employment at the music room?
She stated she was a bartender.
And did she tell you how long she had been working there?
She started when the establishment opened over the summer.
And did she produce a tip certificate?
She did not.
Did she tell you whether or not she had one?
She did. She stated that she did not.
She said that she did not have one?
She did not.
Did you speak to a Madison Tishanor?
I did.
And what did Madison Tishanor tell you about her employment at the music room?
She stated that she was a server since June or July.
And did she have a tip certificate?
She did not.
Did she tell you whether she had one?
She said that she did not have any. training.
Okay. Did you speak to Matthew Larguno?
I did.
And what did Mr. Larguno tell you about his employment at the music room?
He stated that he started about 2 weeks ago. And I asked him if he had a training or any certification for training, and he said he didn't have a copy of it.
Did he make any statements as to whether or not it might be expired?
He did.
Okay. And did you ask Mr. Serpone for his tip certificate?
I did.
And did he have it with him?
He did not.
Did you ask Mr. Serpone for his employee list?
I did.
Did you ask him for his list of employee sign-offs on the rules and regulations?
I asked him for the book that's provided.
And could you explain to us what that book is from your familiarity with the regulations?
A book is made up by you, given to all the people that hold liquor licenses in the town of Yarmouth. And inside that book is policies and procedures. It's a checkoff list, so their employees can read it and they can sign off saying that they
I'm going
understand.
to object to this testimony. She's testifying about a document that's not in evidence before you. The document speaks to itself, and there is no relevant and admissible evidence talking about a document that's not in evidence. So I'll move the strike.
The document's required by the regulations, and she's describing the document that was missing in violation of the regulations.
You can have,
How can you describe a document that that allegedly does not exist?
It's a document that's required by our regulations.
you can have it.
If we can stipulate that no such document exists, I'm happy with that.
Well, I'm not going to stipulate to that because a document in fact does exist.
One of the allegations here is that there was a violation for failure to keep certain documents. So I think the question's a fair question. You can have it.
Note my objection for the record.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, what did Mr. Serpone tell you about the missing book that you had described?
He said that a former employee took it with her when she left.
Did he tell you when that happened?
He didn't say exactly. I believe he said over the summer.
Over the summer that happened? Okay. And did you have any conversation with him about noise escaping through the roof?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
He pointed to the, I believe it was like an air conditioning unit in the middle of the area where the music's played. And he pointed up and said that he had more insulation put up in that area.
Did he say that he was going to add it or he had already added
I
it?
believe he already added it.
Okay, thank you very much.
You want to authenticate the report?
Yes, yes. Officer Wenberg, is this a copy of the report that you wrote on this incident?
It is.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. And Officer Wenberg, you wrote a report about your second visit to the music room on November the 14th. Isn't that true?
Yes, I have two reports, one from the 13th and one from the 14th.
Question, ma'am, and we'll get through this a lot more efficiently if you answer the question that I ask you. So you wrote a report about your second visit to the music room on November the 14th of
I did.
2021. And in fact, that report includes a single page and that's captioned at the top, narrative for Patrol Officer Erica Wenberg. Isn't that true?
It could. I have the narrative form that I printed out. I don't have the front sheet.
Yeah, I
I
approach.
don't know what you're
Sure.
talking about.
Thank you. Get up to speed. Ma'am, I'll show you a copy of what's been marked, I believe, document number 14, police report dated November 14th, 2021. That's your report, isn't it?
It is, sir.
And at the very top of that report, it has the date and time that you started writing this report. Isn't that true?
It is, sir.
And in fact, that report that you started writing on November 14th at 01:20 in the morning was reviewed and approved by someone. Isn't that true?
It was on the 16th, sir.
And it was approved. Do you know who approved your report?
I do not.
You know who has approval ID 4007?
I do not.
Is that a badge number?
It's an employee number.
Okay. And after your report was approved, strike that. It is your obligation not to file a report until it's approved. Is that fair to say?
We do reports, sir, and we submit them to our supervisor.
And your supervisor approves that report. Is that correct?
He does.
And in fact, your supervisor approved your report that you entered on November 14th, 2021 at 01:20. The approval came on November 16th, 2021 at 09:25.
I'm sorry, sir. I entered the report at 1:20 on the 14th.
And your supervisor approved it on November the 16th at 09:25. Isn't that true?
It could have.
Isn't that what your report says?
It does on the top of that. Yes, it does, sir.
So that's true, isn't it?
It is.
And in fact, after your supervisor approved the report, your report was modified. Isn't that true?
It looks like it has, sir.
And what happened to your original report that was approved by your supervisor? Do you have that?
I do not, sir.
It's fair to say that report has been destroyed and no longer exists.
No, not at all, sir.
Where is it?
Sir, when we submit reports to us,
Ma'am.
No, let her explain. She has it. No. Go ahead, officer. I want to hear it.
when we submit a report to our supervisor, sometimes there could be grammatical or things that we have to add to it. But it's not that the report was destroyed. Like it says it was modified. So there could have been a spelling error that was fixed.
Is it fair to say that another word for modified is altered?
So like you said, if there's
Yes or no,
spelling
ma'am? Is it
issues,
fair to say another word for modified is altered?
You can answer the question yes or no if that's a fair way to respond to it. If you have to explain your answer, you can explain your answer.
I don't feel that it was altered, no, sir. Again, if there's grammatical or spelling or punctuation, it gets fixed and it gets resent out, sir.
But you don't have the first report that got filed and approved by your supervisor. Isn't that your prior testimony tonight?
Sir, this is the report.
This is the report that, as it was modified, after your supervisor approved a report that has not been produced or admitted into evidence. Isn't that true?
Sir, it's the same report, maybe with some
Could you
spelling.
speak up, please? Speak in the
It's
microphone.
the same report, possibly with some spelling corrections, punctuation.
And it's possible that it was completely altered.
Negative, sir.
You don't have the original report, so you can't say exactly what changes you made after your supervisor approved your original report. Isn't that true?
I do not have it, sir.
I'm going to keep that document with the witness for now, if I may, just in case I need to refer to her. So you spoke with Mr. Saponi on your second visit to the music room on November the 14th. Is
I
that
did.
true?
I did.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. And where did you meet him? Outside the music room or inside the music room?
You know, I don't even recall.
And Mr. Saponi did not try to run away and evade you, did you? Did he?
No.
Okay. In fact, he was responsive to you.
Yes.
He cooperated with you in regards to answering your questions.
He did. He did.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you answer. And is it fair to say that the book of server training and employee lists is the property of the music room?
That calls for a legal conclusion.
She's a police officer.
It is, sir.
Wait a minute.
What?
What book are you referring to?
The book that Mr. Magnuson,
You mean the book of compliance documents?
if that's how we want to identify that, yes.
So,
It's the book that Officer Magnuson
Is it,
inquired about on direct.
is it the property of the music room? I suppose it's the property, but it's subject to inspection.
Oh, I don't dispute that it's subject to inspection.
So where are we going with whose property it is? What relevance does that have?
Well, in 2 to 3 more questions, it'll be relevant.
Okay, show me.
So, and in fact, officer, it is a crime to take and carry away the personal property of another person without permission, isn't it?
Are you going to object to that?
Yes.
Is there some evidence the officer?
The question assumes matter is not in evidence, which is that the book existed. He says the book doesn't exist.
No. The witness is a sworn police officer for the town of Yarmouth. And if a larceny occurred inside Yarmouth, she has full jurisdiction to investigate and
Did he report it
prosecute.
stolen? I mean, this is,
No, I'm not going to allow this questioning. This is bizarre, to say the least. Let's get back to the point.
All right. One final question on that point. Did you conduct any subsequent investigations into the book, the compliance, what's referred to as the compliance book that is missing from the music room?
No, I did not, sir.
Okay. Are you aware if any other member of the Yarmouth Police Department conducted such an investigation?
I do not know, sir.
Have you made subsequent inquiries of the music room as to whether they've come into compliance?
No, I haven't, sir.
Okay. And so you don't know that the day of your second visit, many of the people secured current server training certificates.
That's great.
Do you know that?
I do now.
Okay. And as an designated agent of the local licensing authorities, that vests you with administrative powers to enforce Chapter 138 of the general laws, the Liquor Control Act. Isn't that true?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And in fact, can you name for the board tonight whether Chapter 138 and any of its provisions requires any licensee to get server training?
Objection. Where are we going with this?
Well, it's a
Her
factual.
knowledge of Chapter 1, she's an agent, but her knowledge of Chapter 138, what's that got to do with whether these violations occur?
Well, when you, respectfully, Mr. Chairman, when you look at the scope and the mandatory actions that must be taken by not only ABCC investigators, but also agents of the local licensing authority, that are specifically laid out in section 56 of chapter 138 with the mandatory language shall conduct all necessary investigations to prosecute and identify all violations of the chapter.
You want to be heard on that, Mr. Magnuson?
This is a requirement not of Chapter 138, but of our regulations. And as a matter of a common
You
sense reading
referring
of.
to the record keeping?
I'm sorry?
Were you referring to the record keeping?
And he
in the
specifically mentioned the
in
tip certificates.
compliance books?
I was asking about the officer's knowledge, given her designation as an agent of the local authority with the administrative jurisdiction to enforce the provisions of Chapter 138. That was the basis of my question.
You got to be more specific. I mean, that's a theoretical question.
Well, I'll reserve that for a closing argument because it's a question of law. And if the witness does not know, the witness does not know.
All right, do you have anything else for her?
And are you aware of any other remediation activities that have been undertaken by the music room since your last visit on November the 14th?
I am not, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Officer Wenberg. I have no further questions.
Anything else? You want to authenticate that second report?
I thought that we did, but we have.
Well, I want to make sure you did on the
Look at
second
the
one.
report from November the 14th, correct? And you identified that as your report?
Yes.
That's my copy, that's all. Want it?
And the report from, so that's your report from November the 14th, correct?
It is.
And going back to and is this a copy of your report? It's report number 21-1467 from November the 12th incident.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think she had authenticated the 12th, but I wasn't sure whether or not she'd authenticated the 14th, but now she's authenticated both. Do you have any more questions for the
I have no
officer?
more questions for Officer Winberg.
Okay, thank you, Officer Winberg.
One final document?
Are you going to testify?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
The final document is a copy of the compliance checklist. Pursuant to the board's order in early September, Mr. Sapone and Mr. Roberts came to the compliance seminar class on September the 15th. They both attended the class. At that class, we reviewed the town regs and regulations. We reviewed the specific requirements for training and keeping of records. We reviewed entertainment licensing and that any entertainment other than a radio or TV need to be licensed. And I gave them a copy of this checklist.
You say them, who?
Mr. Sapone and Mr. Roberts. And that was almost 6 weeks before the failure of record keeping and untrained personnel took place.
Okay, do you have anything else?
No.
Mr. Kelly, you want to ask him any questions?
Are you aware, Mr. Magnuson, that in fact, they, since November the 14th of 2021, the music room has come into complete compliance and with securing current server training certificates?
So they are not in complete compliance.
What gap in compliance exists currently regarding server training certificates? Sir?
From the information that Mr. Sapone gave me today, did not approach me at any time before this, gave me today, he showed me TIPS training certificates for all of the people at issue, all of those TIPS training certificates issued after November the 12th. So it would confirm by inference that they were in fact all in violation on November the 12th, and that includes
Move
Mr.
to
Roberts.
strike his answer is unresponsive. He's unnecessarily prolonging this hearing by not answering the question posed.
I think the board can make that same,
And-
wait a minute, time out. I think the board can make that same inference if he produces certificates that are dated after the date of the alleged violation that shows they are now in compliance. I think the board can infer that they were not in compliance at the earlier date.
I was just.
And I
think it's a fair question for this witness when he's testifying about.
You haven't allowed me to answer the question yet, sir.
Go ahead, answer the question.
They are not in compliance with respect to the employee record keeping. They have made a start.
That's beyond the question that I asked. It was.
No, you asked me if they were in compliance with the regulations, sir.
No, I did not, sir. The question was, after November 14th, have they come into compliance with service certification training? Server training certification.
Now, that wasn't the question, but
Yes,
the
sir, it
answer to
was.
your
I'm
revised
not gonna
question
reflect it quite
would be
accurately.
yes.
I don't know why you're not answering the questions that are posed to you, but you're choosing not to.
Is your answer yes as to the?
As to TIPS training,
Okay.
yes, they appear to be in compliance with respect to TIPS training
All
after
right.
the fact.
Are they not in compliance with anything else?
They are not in compliance with the employee record-keeping requirements. Mr. Serpone showed me some documents. He has made a start, but he's not in compliance. He doesn't have a model policy that's approved by the board. He doesn't have our model policy. He doesn't have a sign-off sheet on review of the rules and regulations. And he doesn't have a list of employees with their date of hire and age. But he has made a start, and I will help him to complete that process.
All right. Maybe anything else?
I have no further questions of Mr. Magnuson.
Okay. Do you have any witnesses you want to produce?
Well, I have documents to submit for the consideration of the board.
Okay, let's have them.
Mr. Magnuson was just referring to.
Let's take a look at the documents.
Could I have a copy of those, please?
Do you have an extra copy for?
While you're doing that,
Two right here.
on this exhibit with all these documents, you offering that as part of the record?
Yes.
Okay, so what we're gonna do,
What document?
the whole, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take that as Exhibit A, and then the numbers 1 to 15. So, for example, entertainment license Sunday and weekday, that'll be A1. The next document, general on-premise all alcoholic, will be A2, sequentially down through A15. And then on this email for the music room, which was dated Tuesday, December 14th, I'm going to take that as Exhibit B.
Right here.
And then we'll look at your documents.
I still haven't seen the documents yet.
I beg your pardon. What was Exhibit B, Mr. Chairman?
That email.
Oh, the email. Okay.
The email of the gentleman who said he had COVID and couldn't appear. That's going to be B. The other one's just A with the sub.
Understood.
paragraphs.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Let me give you a complete set. This is what I'm giving to the, submitting to the chairman.
Yep. You have copies of these two for yourself?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so tell me what these are. Let's go through them one by one.
So the first document submitted is a document of the music room that basically has the designation of the employees as well as whether they're involved in alcohol service or not. Not all of them are.
Oh, wait a minute. What does it say whether they're involved? Oh,
So
I see
you'll
what you're
have-
saying. Bars and servers, those are the people that serve alcohol. Okay.
So Brian Serponi is the license manager and the owner. He's certified.
All right.
And the document for his current
What-
certificate.
Where does it say that he's certified?
It's not on this document. This is just the employee list, but
Oh.
you have in back of that copies of his most.
We're going to
recent-
get to that. Okay.
Yeah, we're going to get to that.
So what's the date of this document?
This was prepared as of
When was this prepared?
The past week.
within the past week.
Within the past week. Okay,
Privilege.
so
Yeah.
Officer Magnuson, you have any objection to this?
It's irrelevant as to the violations charged. I guess it has some relevance as to the very recent efforts by the licensee to correct the violations.
Okay, so let's take that, we'll make that C, all right?
Mr. Magnuson, if you would use the mic, please.
I'm going to take that as C.
And that's the document titled Staff Contact Info.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next one's a certificate of.
And then we get into a group of.
Can you date C, please? The date that, I mean.
Well, I just said within the last week.
Okay.
So.
It doesn't say it on the document that you're accepting though, right?
It does not.
Yeah.
So we have to rely on the oral testimony that was created in the last week. I think this is really, I'm going to take it, but it's really more in mitigation.
Yeah, precisely.
But I'm going to take it.
Precisely. That's exactly what all these documents show.
So then we have a certificate of completion. There's no date, is it? Yeah, February 18th. You know, it's something about these tip things. It never says when they expire, does it?
Well, to that point, Mr. Chairman, in that packet, I think in the second group of 4, there is an actual TIPS card. It's my understanding that the way TIPS issues their documentation is that if you take it online and you have certain capacity, you can print out the certification immediately, and you have 8 of those.
All right.
But there's one, if you can't print it out immediately, they will mail you through snail mail, the TIP certification card. And there's one example of that in that packet for one of those people on the list who are involved in alcohol service and training.
So Officer Magnuson, you want to save me some heavy lifting and go through these and tell me if you have any issues with any of them?
I have no, let me get my microphone going here. I have no objection to the authenticity or accuracy of the documents. Again, Mr. Sapone's document is dated February 18, 2020 for his TIPS approval. So he did indeed have timely TIPS certificate training at the time of this incident. All the others reflect training after the incident.
We'll take his as D. All right, and we'll go to the next one. Brandon Roberts. He's November 14th, 2021. So that'll be, so that's been recently done, right?
An exhibit number for the Roberts?
E.
Oh, E, thank you. Sorry, didn't hear that.
And then we have one for Matthew, I can't pronounce it, Laguino?
Laguino.
Yes. Yes.
His is November 14th. So we'll take that in as F. And then a certificate of completion of Annette Bose, dated November 15th. E. This is Caitlin Resiner, dated November 14th. H. Certificate of completion dated November 14th of Harmon Ticknor. I. Kelly Bruno, November 19th. Okay. Mark Patterson, 11/23, with an expiration date of 11/23/24. Okay.
I believe that's the TIPS card.
That's a card. Ada Yusuf, November 14th, 2021. What was my last number on this? Okay. Now, running out of letters. I hope you don't have many more documents.
I gave you all that I got.
Jessica Neal. December 11th, 2021. Emma.
I'll have comment to provide in regards to Exhibit M.
And Carlo Murata, December 7th, 2021, in and then I have 11/14/21, new policy, music entertainment on premise to halt at 11.
I don't have that, Mr. Kelly.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I thought that was the last pages, wasn't it?
Did you want this to be in or not?
Yes, I did want that.
You did.
You haven't given me that, Mr. Kelly.
There may be 2 copies there, maybe.
Do you have, did I give you 2 copies by mistake, Mr. Chairman?
Well, you gave me, I think you might have. Oh, yes, you did. I
That's
think you did.
Sorry. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay, that's going to be O. The new policy, music entertainment on premise to halt at 11 p.m. sharp. So that's O. And then what remedies we took after the noise complaint on 10/22/21, dated 11/14. That's going to be,
Can you read that to us? So we
yeah, that's going to be P. And
The policy on music and entertainment?
Oh,
it says what remedies, the document in bold is dated 11/14, and it says what remedies we took after the noise complaint on 10/22. There was an 8-ton heating and AC unit on the roof. Although we had no noise complaints for the first 100+ shows after the complaint on 10/22, we added additional soundproofing on the roof and in the duct coming down into the venue near the stage. We performed this on 10/23/21 to avoid any further noise complaints. Also, the landlord that owns the plaza spoke with several of the neighbors adjacent to the plaza and music room, and they indicated the noise that they complained about was not music, but people leaving the venue. After the November 12th noise complaint on the following day, we added acoustic sound preventative tiles to both rear doors and we have not had a noise complaint since with something, I don't know. But anyway, that's what it says. You want to?
Look at that, chart. I have not seen that.
Go ahead. You can look at it, whatever you want.
2 copies of that, Mr. Chairman, as well?
No.
Sorry. Chairman, extra copies.
All right, so we have your documents. Are you going to have Mr. Serpone? How do you say your last name? Serpone or Serpone?
Serpone.
Serpone?
Yeah.
It's like every time I guess without the E sound on the end, I'm wrong. Serpone. In Italian, the E is pronounced with an A.
That's right.
Serpone.
Serpone is in Italy. It's the way they say it. Yes.
So as to your question, Mr. Chairman, no. In the
that's
interest
fine.
of judicial economy, I think.
I'm not suggesting you should. I just want to know, do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Magnuson?
I do not.
So we're just going to argue now?
Yes.
All right. So you go first. And the board will decide this matter.
Well, I'll follow him, I presume, yes?
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to just give one side the right to argue.
I want to speak out of turn. Thank you.
What the board has heard is testimony from civilians and police officers regarding 5 incidents where there were noise complaints. In one of the complaints, the police officer arriving a half hour late, that was November the 5th, half hour after the complaint was recorded, found no noise. But the homeowner who called in the complaint testified as to that noise. Going back to the log entry for October 22nd, you heard from Mr. Carey. You heard from Sergeant Donahue. The noise was not excessively loud, but there was still entertainment going on inside, a few minutes before midnight or a few minutes after midnight. On the 24th, there was another complaint. You heard from Samara, I forget her last name, apologize. To testify how the noise was so loud that it was thumping, that it was bothering her, that it was keeping her awake. You heard Officer Mob testify as to his observations, that there was noise. It was audible outside the building. Again, well after the expiration of the entertainment license at 11 o'clock. For October the 29th, you got a letter from Mr. Ebert, who couldn't be here today, about the fact that he called a few minutes after 11, and at 1:15, the noise was still going on. That it bothers him in his daily activities, when he's having a barbecue, when he's sitting inside, when he's watching TV. Officer Chung testified that he could hear that noise all the way down in Springer Lane, and that it was loud. And that when he went down to the premises, he arrived again around midnight and found entertainment still going on. We talked already about the complaint on the 5th from 9 Ruby. And there was another complaint on the 12th, also from Samara, much the same content. And again, when the police officers arrived, when Officer Wenberg arrived, she observed noise, loud on the east side of the building. She walked all the way over to the fence, about 100 feet away, over 100 feet, she said, and she could continue to hear the noise. And she returned to do a compliance check, and she talked to 4 employees who were servers or bartenders. 2 of them said they'd been working there since the summer, and they had no training certificates. 1 of them said he'd been working there for about 2 weeks. And this is one of the reasons why we ask for an employee list with date of hire. We give a 2-week grace period to get your employees tip certified. But without that document, we don't know. And that person said that he thought he might have a certificate or it might be expired. And she talked to Brandon Roberts, who identified himself as the general manager. And he said he had a certificate. Well, now it turns out he didn't. All 4 of these people did not have certificates. They got them on the 14th. So much to their credit for trying to correct the situation on the 14th. This training requirement was something we discussed specifically and in detail at the seminar that you ordered Mr. Serponi to attend. And almost 6 weeks later, hasn't taken action, hasn't maintained the records. Mr. Kelly has made much of the fact that there was no crime. We're not here about crime. He's made much of the fact that the employees were polite and forthcoming, and they were, except for Brandon Roberts, who lied about having a tip certificate. He's made much of the fact that there's a discrepancy in the reporting date. As Officer Wenberg testified, he probably got bounced back to her to correct a grammatical error or a spelling error. And he's made much of the fact that the reports weren't filed till later. Well, the way these things go is that the patrol officer who doesn't know about licensing doesn't realize the significance of this. So it goes to someone who does, either me or Sergeant Hennessy, and then we request documentation for the board. And that's how this came to the board. I'm particularly troubled that the neighbors have endured so much that they came here, took their time, stayed during a long evening, and voiced their complaints. As far as compliance, as I said, Mr. Serpone has made some effort at putting together a staff list. He's not in compliance. I sat down with him just before the hearing, and I went over it with him, and I'll continue to assist him to the extent that I can to get him into compliance. I started that process on September the 15th. He never contacted me for assistance. He's never contacted me with any information since this violation took place until today. Now, he did contact me yesterday and asked me to speak to him, and I just couldn't. I was on the road all day today. I could not speak to him. I just want to address one of the last exhibits, I guess it's Exhibit P, what remedies we took, paragraph 2. where Mr. Serpone asserts that the landlord that owns the plaza spoke with several of the neighbors, and they indicate the noise they complained of was not the music, but people leaving the venue. Well, you heard a lot of testimony tonight that it was the music. As Silmara testified, the singing, the bass, the DJ. Some of it came from outside, yes, but much of it came from inside. And you have an entertainment license, which clearly states that entertainment of all types shall cease at 11 o'clock. And that entertainment license specifies amplified music. It doesn't just say live music, it's an entertainment license for amplified music, which ends at 11 o'clock. And here we have repeated circumstances, at least 4, where the music continued until midnight or shortly after midnight. And as far as the new policy, I'm delighted that the music room has adopted a policy that they're actually going to obey their license. That's significant. I'm very pleased to see that. It would have been more effective months ago. So as far as how to handle this matter, the noise issue is an issue for the board. It's been raised by the public. I don't know what the answer is. I'm not a sound engineer. You have an hours violation repeatedly and apparently willfully by the statements made to Officer Chung when the employee told him, we know we're not supposed to be open now. We know we're after hours, but we got a lot of people inside enjoying themselves. And they continued well after 11 o'clock. I don't know how you handle that. A suspension perhaps of the entertainment license. On the liquor violations, the training and record keeping, these are administrative things. They don't cause disturbance to the public, but they're there for the safety of the public. And they're also there to help keep the licensees out of trouble. And that's why we go through the checklists. That's why we tried to guide them to do the right thing. I am extremely disappointed that after sitting with me for 2 hours on the 15th, Brian and Brendan went back to work and disregarded a big chunk of what I told them. And going forward, I'd be willing to help them in any way that I can. They've made some progress, and I welcome that. As far as disposition, this is the second time the music room has been here. We've had a hard time getting their attention. We've had a hard time getting compliance. And I would ask the board to do something to firmly get their attention, to ensure compliance. And you might consider a short suspension held in abeyance to ensure that compliance. And Mr. Serpone needs to be aware that if you find a violation tonight, the next one will be his third. And the third is quite serious under our guidance for progressive penalties. So thank you.
Chairman,
Yes.
are we aware of what the first violation was?
No
The
evidence
first
on
vi-
the record in regards to that.
Well, the first violation, I think you were here. The first violation was for not going to the mandatory seminar.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We issued a warning.
Okay.
We had a number of businesses. We got down to like 5 or 6 people.
We had 5.
We noticed them all for the same night. We voted to give them a warning. And Officer Magnuson, who had conducted several classes, agreed to do another one so that they could attend it as part of the disposition of that matter. So that was number 1.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelly,
Do you wish me to go to the podium or may I do it?
whatever is good for you.
Okay. I will not take up any more of your time this evening, repeating to you the testimony that you heard. What is significant, I submit to you, are the documents that have been admitted into evidence, the documents that constitute the records of the Yarmouth Police Department. They are disturbing in several respects. On the face of those documents, there are at least 2, to my memory, and it's your memory that counts when you review the documents, where in fact, those reports were altered. They were modified, I believe is the term used on those reports. How were they modified? We don't know, because we don't have the original document. It's not retained, it's not preserved. And in the legal world, we call that spoliation of evidence. And I submit that that modification, without preserving the original document so a comparison can be made, to see what exactly changed, because that's what we're talking about, changing reports. We can't give any reliability to the reports that are submitted. Likewise, we can't give any reliability to the testimony that basically read from those reports, unless and until they produce the original report, so a comparison can be made. We are left to speculate as to what that original report said, and it is not as it is quite possible that it is not as benign as what you heard one witness say. There were typos, there was grammar errors. There could also be statements in there that would absolve the licensee of any wrongdoing. But we don't know that because the record wasn't retained. Now, we all work with computers every day, and we all know that we can save documents, we can edit documents, and we can preserve the documents so that the chain of editing, changing, altering, modifying is preserved and producible. But you don't have that here with these reports. You have a email from a citizen that claims he couldn't attend in person and yet blithely ignores the fact that he can participate remotely via Zoom. You did it during an earlier portion of the meeting. It is completely in your discretion to allow that so that you can see him, you can watch him, you can take a measure of his credibility based upon how he presents himself to you. And more importantly, he is subject to cross-examination by the licensee's counsel. We were denied that. I've noted my objection to the chair's ruling, admitting that into evidence. So the record is preserved in regards to that. We also have in the document through Officer Wenby's report, I'll strike that, I'm sorry, Officer Wenberg's report, the chronology that in fact, of these 5 visits to the music room by various members of the Yarmouth Police Department, 1 was unfounded, 2 were handled by giving a verbal warning. And it only after November the 23rd, the date this hearing notice issued, all of a sudden these reports were generated. I submit that is exactly the opposite of a proper lawful process where first you get the facts, then you hold the facts up to the law, and then you level an accusation. You don't charge someone with violations and then backfill it with reports dated after the notice of hearing. That's an unfair process. It results in an unfair hearing, an unlawful process, and could even rise to the level of denying this license holder, the music room, their clearly established constitutional rights. What are those rights? Both the state Supreme Judicial Court and the state appeals court has established your obligation as a regulator, as a local licensing authority, to protect the constitutional rights of this license holder with which he is completely vested once you handed him his license. Those controlling cases are Constantinopolis versus Watley, 384 Mass 123 from 1981, principle established 40 years ago. And also the case of Foster from Gloucester Inc. versus Gloucester from 10 Mass Appeals Court 284 from 1980. There are 3 legal points I would like to make in my final comments to you. Number 1, documents that you have issued and that are in exhibit before you, specifically the general on-premise all alcohol license that is exhibit A1, has a legal error on the face of that document. What's the legal error? You purport to prohibit sales of alcoholic beverages before 5 p.m. on the face of that alcohol license. That flies in the face of the plain and unambiguous language of the Liquor Control Act in Chapter 138, Section 12, Paragraph 6, where it says no Section 12 licensee, like the music room, can be prohibited from selling alcohol between 11 a.m. and 11 p.m. When you set the hour of opening hour of sales at 5 p.m., you violate that statute. There's no saving clause, there's no exception, there's no limitation, there's no excuse. But we're not here to talk about that. I raise that point to show that mistakes in good faith are made. And even when those mistakes rise to the level of violation of law, like that closing hour set by the board, it's not the end of the world. We need to approach this with balance and reasonableness. We also have on your entertainment license, the prohibition of noise. That is the actual word used on your entertainment license. The provision of entertainment in Massachusetts is a constitutionally protected right under the First Amendment of the Federal Constitution and Article 12 of the Declaration of Rights here in Massachusetts that is commonly referred to as the state constitution. You must apply these laws in a manner that they are constitutional. And when it comes to noise, as applied to music, that essentially requires you as a government body acting under color of state law to engage in censorship and judgment as to the validity of the sounds that are emanating. You could have used other language. Words matter. You could have said sound. You could have said vibration. You could have set a perimeter outside of the building where sound could be audible, but you didn't. You said noise. And I respectfully submit to you, the term noise, as applies to music, necessarily involves a subjective judgment and determination of whether it's pleasant, like we saw from the many patrons inside the music room, or whether it's the noise like the noise that we were accused as children and teenagers of playing in our bedrooms when our parents heard it and it didn't comport with their genre of music. You need to step carefully, particularly when it comes to this licensed, constitutionally protected free expression. I also submit that mandatory server training as a condition of holding a liquor license is not an enforceable requirement when it is established by municipal law, whether that be a regulation of the local licensing authority as here, or some other municipal enactment. The reason why is because the Supreme Judicial Court has established in 1995 in the case of Boston Gas versus the city of Somerville, that when you have a comprehensive and pervasive regulatory scheme, like you have with Chapter 138, that the courts have recognized time and time again is a comprehensive and pervasive regulatory system that controls the sale of alcoholic beverages. When a standard of compliance is not included in that statute, it is not lawful for the municipality to fill that hole because they think it's a good idea. And specifically, you recall, I asked Officer Wenberg about her knowledge of any provisions of Chapter 138 that require server training. And you know, because you are charged with knowledge of the Liquor Control Act, Chapter 138 as a state statute. Whether we actually know it or not, we're held to that legal standard. That in fact, the legislature, through Chapter 138, Section 12, capital C, when they created the caterer's license, is the only retail license in Massachusetts that carries the state law imposed obligation to get server training. I'm not here to quibble that server training is a good idea. I'm not here to quibble that in fact getting server training may qualify you for discounts on your liquor liability insurance that is in fact required in the precise language of Section 12. My discrete point to you tonight is a local regulation requiring server training is not enforceable by way of sanction without you yourselves violating the law. And that comes from the very clear holding the specific holding from the Supreme Judicial Court in 1995 in the case of Boston Gas versus the City of Somerville. Finally, in regards to the notice of this hearing tonight that was issued and dated November the 23rd, 2021, there are errors in that. The only law that formed the foundation of any possible disciplinary action was Chapter 138. There is no reference whatsoever. The licensee therefore was not put on notice, on fair notice, on reasonable notice, as you are required to do to protect his vested constitutional rights, that in fact he would face possible sanction on his entertainment license. Now, you have, please do not mistake the fact, the clear fact, that you have Mr. Saponi's very clear and undivided attention. It's unfortunate that it came to this, but the fact is tonight as he sits before you for now some 2 hours, and the stress that he has been undergoing because he wants to make this investment in Yarmouth. And you are aware that in fact, his investment and his commitment to this business in Yarmouth is unique. He wants to make Yarmouth the entertainment center of at least Cape Cod, if not the surrounding counties. With this unique business concept, you've probably never seen anything like it, given its mix and its genre, all devoted to advancing the arts, based here in Yarmouth. And he fought for this investment and he stuck with it, opening it during COVID, filing his applications that you granted and astutely handled with the issuance of the license for calendar 2021, staying right on track to the letter of the law that gives you the authority to do what exactly you did in issuing his license. But we're not here to talk about that, but I couldn't say that. Go without saying that to you tonight. And the citations within the notice of hearing are inconsistent. They refer largely to the alcohol regulations, and that's it. So in closing, I would ask for your consideration of what Mr. Saponi has borne thus far to get here tonight. Your further consideration, as he described to you in the document that's been marked as Exhibit P, that he's not ignoring this, he's trying to address this. He's not just trying to get out of harm's way, he's trying to get rid of this and wipe this out completely. So the only time you may see him in the future, if he has his wish, is when you come to enjoy one of the shows that are being conducted at the music room and enjoying the hospitality that he provides at that unique venue. You didn't have any questions for me during the course of the hearing. If you have any questions for me now, I'd be happy to answer them. I would ask for your consideration to at most issue a warning to Mr. Saponi and give him a reasonable period of time to cross the T's and dot the I's, continue the dialogue with Mr. Magnuson so that you have what you want and Mr. Saponi continues to have his dream, his treasure, his investment, that is the music room here in Yarmouth. Thank you for your attention tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Anything further, Mr. Magnuson?
I disagree with much of the.
Mr. Magnuson?
Mr. Kelly said.
The microphone.
And I would certainly be interested in seeing a citation for an appellate case that specifically addresses the illegality of TIPS training requirements in a local regulation. That being said, I'm not going to take any more of your time.
Thank you. Okay, now, I didn't think, Mr. Chairman, we were going to have a hearing that involved this much time. So we have really I'll tell you, the two issues, and one is basically allegations of violations of the entertainment license. And primarily, and going beyond the hours that are on the license.
Can we get down to it and just talk about each item specifically?
Yeah, and then I'm just talking generally, we're gonna get there in 1 second, Tracy, and the other is violation of the local liquor license regulations in terms of the tip certifications. Officer Magnuson, you had, and I'm sure I have it somewhere, but you had a letter where you cited specific the letter went out with the notice to Mr. Saponi. You know the letter I'm talking about when we gave him the notice of violation?
I may or may not have it with me. Let me check.
It's in this, it's in the same.
I did get a copy of it.
We have that in tonight's packet.
Yeah, it's right to your left.
In here?
Yep.
Yeah, that might be helpful to look at while you're going through that, Tracy.
I've had plenty of time to look at it, sir.
Yeah, because this breaks down the thing into specific. This is the document I was looking for. So the license, both licenses said 7 to 11. And there was a notation on the license that live entertainment to end at 11 p.m. And there was at least one occasion where the police went there and Mr. Saponi, somebody in charge of the business, I forget if it was Mr. Saponi or somebody else, said, well, that doesn't say we can't have recorded music. But clearly the license is limited to 11 p.m. So any recorded music or live entertainment after that, in my view, is a violation. We have a local regulation that says for any entertainment venue that all the noise has to be contained within the building. And if you remember when Eric was on the board, that's why the vestibule had to be built, because he didn't want the noise emanating from the building. So that's our local. All right, so Tracy, what do you want to do? You want to go through these one at a time?
I think we need to do this in a matter of timeliness. I have a lot of comments. I have a lot of questions, but honestly, I think the things that are before us, I'm comfortable that in terms of, we can take them one at a time. The noise violation, which is.
All right, so those are the dates on the second page of that letter: January 22, 21, 11:41. Report allowed music management advisor complaint 10:24, 12:03 a.m. Loud music management advised.
I'd make a motion. We find that they're in violation of noise complaint. I think even Mr. Sapone acknowledged that there was issues with noise emanating from the building based on the work that he's done to soundproof the doors and the air conditioning. I think the testimony from the neighbors is also proof. So I would find.
Yeah, well, I mean, you don't have to. I mean, you probably know this, but just for clarification, you don't have to accept anybody's testimony any more than anyone. You could say, I believe the lay witnesses. I don't put stock in what the officers say, or vice versa. Or you can give credit to both of their testimony. You're the finder of fact, and you can believe whatever witnesses you want to.
I'm basing my opinion on all the testimony, all the documentation, so.
Yeah. All right, so go ahead. So what do you?
Take them one at a time, don't you? That was my motion. Made a motion that hasn't been seconded.
So are you? Trying to, you want to make a motion as to each individual noise event?
No,
You do not. I'm trying to follow what you're asking.
I'm finding a violation of the noise bylaw. We have to take each specific issue or just in general, if there was a violation. I think they've proved that there's a violation. If we're going to talk about each specific date. Is that what you want to do?
No, you raise a good question. I'm thinking about what you just said.
We'll be here all night. Maybe we should continue this. I mean, there's a lot of other people that are waiting and I mean,
You want to do that, Mark?
I think it would be a good idea. To continue this so we can get on.
When's our next hearing?
January 4th.
There is a lot of stuff to go through. There's no question about it. I didn't think the hearing itself would go this long, but I thought it would go about an hour.
I mean, I hate to do that. There's people here that are waiting.
No, I understand. I don't have a problem with that, Tracy. I don't.
Okay,
Give it a chance.
January 4th.
Let's go.
If I may, I have a conflict on January the 4th. I'll be out of state at a long scheduled meeting.
What's the next date?
It looks like February 1, unless there's on January 18th, that's the day after Martin Luther
I have
King
to go. I have to say, I'm concerned about putting it off that long because I think if we don't make a finding between now and then there's another issue, it complicates the matter. I mean, you have a specific recommendation written, prepared with the specific violation?
No, I do not have a recommendation for you. I would think that the motion probably should reference the particular dates on which you find the violation, I would think.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So the one date that was not, what do you want to do before?
Why don't you name all the dates that you feel there was a violation for noise, and then we'll deal with the tips separately, right? 1022, 1024.
Well, one of them was not founded and I'm not sure.
11.5 was unfounded.
Okay, so we'll say October 22nd, November 12th.
October 24th.
No, I'm just going to stick with the two that are in here, right? It says between the dates of, which we can't say. Yep. So October 22nd, October 24th,
October 29th.
October 29th, and November 12th.
Correct.
Tracy, that's just for the noise.
That's just for the noise.
Okay.
So when you're leaving out is what, 11?
11.5.
11.5?
So you're making a motion that there's a violation.
Correct.
Second.
You said 1022?
Yeah,
Correct.
that was the first one.
Was it? These dates look different. This is
Neil
one.
Donahue.
Huh?
Neil Donahue. Officer Donahue.
So would the violation be having musical entertainment after hours and also the noise emanating from the building? Because our local.
Well, there's two issues there, actually.
Correct. There are two. I don't think you have to do separate motions necessarily, but
thought you wanted to
You've made the
continue.
motion and it's seconded, right?
I want to continue to February though.
No.
Okay, so under our local rules and regulations with entertainment, okay, section 2, subparagraph B says the licensee must ensure that all noise from entertainment is confined to the building. Then under that same section 2, paragraph D, it says entertainment is restricted to the hours stated on the license. So those are the two relevant sections.
Could I suggest that we find a violation of both sections?
You can do that.
Make a motion to that effect.
So you're going to say that there's a violation of section 2, subparagraphs or subsections B and D on 1022,
1024,
1024, 1029, and 1112 of 21.
Correct.
Is that your motion?
It is, sir.
Okay. Is there any second?
Second.
All right. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
Just for clarification, there were two motions on the table. Which one are we voting on?
Dan's.
Well, what happened was Tracy had gone with the dates of the violations, and Dan is referencing those two subsections, so it's Dan's motion. He just built on Tracy's. Okay, so that's done.
I'd also make a motion that there's a violation on 1112 for failing to have the correct paperwork and certifications.
All right, so
I think
so
it was
let
the,
me
it was
let
the
me
14th that she went back.
Well, they didn't have them on the 12th, and she went back on the 13th and 14th.
so under
14.
section 109, training, licensee policy, and record keeping. Within 14 days of hire, all managers, assistant managers, bartenders, and servers shall complete an approved alcoholic beverage serve training program and meet the recertification requirements of each program. Then it names the various programs, which includes tips. Licensee shall maintain a list of all employees with employees' current age or date of birth, date of hire, and certificates of completion of an approved alcoholic beverage serve training program where required. And under subsection C, as of January 1, 17, all licensees shall adopt a written policy on responsible alcohol service or sale. Licensee shall review the policy with all employees within 14 days of hire and annually thereafter, and maintain a record of policy reviews. So in terms of the record keeping and the tips, the relevant sections would be section of our local, excuse me 1 minute here, our local rules and regulations, which are contained in chapter 60 of the Yarmouth Town Code 60-10. It would be section 1.09, subsections A, B, and C. A would be,
I think you're looking at an old version. It used to be chapter 60. It's now chapter 155.
oh, is it 155 now? Okay, so I might have the old one, I'm sorry. So it's section 155. I mean, what's important is that you find the violations that you intend to find, which would be people not being tip certified and not having the proper records with respect to employees who are tip certified and not having an alcohol policy, not having records showing that those policies have been reviewed by employees within 14 days of hire. And then you'd have to figure out in your motion what dates those occurred on.
I
Well, the
think
fine- the
11,
finding would have
14.
been on the 14th.
Yeah, but 11, 14.
Okay. So if somebody wants to make a motion that there was a violation on 11/14 by having employees that did not have, that were serving alcohol without tip certification training.
Violation of section 155, section 1.09A, failure to have managers, bartenders, servers complete and approve alcohol beverage training program. Section 109B and C, failure to maintain a list of employees or training certificates. Section 106A, persons not on record with licensing authority as assistant manager in charge of premises management, manager's absence.
And that's a motion for a violation, Tracy?
Yes, sir.
Second.
All right. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on that? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so now what you gotta do is you got two licenses that are involved here. One's the alcohol license and the other is the two entertainment licenses.
Mr. Chairman, on the entertainment license, what options do we have?
Well, you can alter the license, you can suspend the license, or you can revoke the license, which would be pretty extreme.
If I might, Mr. Serpone, you come very, very close to my making a motion to revoke the license. This kind of behavior, repeated behavior, is egregious, especially after you've been trained, requested to come in to be trained, and then ignored the training. You're right, Counselor. It's unfortunate that we're here. None of us want to be here. We want our businesses to be successful here. But these rules are in place for a reason. We've got neighbors to be concerned about, and we've got other people on the roads that we're concerned about. I'd make a motion that we suspend the entertainment license for 5 days.
I don't know.
So I would just say on that, I think,
Go ahead, Tracy.
well, I mean, the entertainment license wasn't before us before. I know they're together, but the warning previously was on the liquor and not the
That's correct.
entertainment.
That's
So I
correct.
think we should take progressive action on that.
Let me ask the attorneys a question. I mean, because normally we deal with discipline against the liquor licenses, but could we do a suspended suspension of an entertainment license? Like we could do on an alcohol suspension? Could we suspend the license but hold it in abeyance?
If you're asking me, I don't know.
I would,
I don't know either. Do you know, Mr. Kelly?
I do not in regards to the entertainment license.
based on the issues we've had with this license in the past in its renewal situation, I would not vote in favor of any abeyance past the current license date. Carrying it over. We had this issue when we issued them the first time. We carried it over from 1 year to the next. And I think that's problematic.
5 days, though. I mean, this is the first time they've had a violation of the of the entertainment license that I'm aware of.
If I can, it's repeated. It's it's hard to really understand. It's one time it was innocuous. You forget about it. The second time, noise was excessive. They were more concerned with their patrons than they were with their neighbors. The third time, again, loud noise. And the fourth time, loud noise. I mean, it's almost like they threw the rules out in October. To do nothing to give a warning, I think sends the wrong message.
Can I make one statement about the timeline that we were open? We opened up on May 28th, Memorial Day weekend. We had 105 live shows there with no noise complaints. And it wasn't until October 22nd that the first noise complaint came in. And then there were 4 subsequent. After that, there have been no more. It's a complex business. We've got multiple things going on in there beyond booking nationally touring and internationally touring acts, which is a full-time job in and of itself, and selling tickets for those events. We're also running a recording studio, a food and bar, and an art gallery. So the learning curve here, and I'm not making any excuses as to what's being presented. I'm just saying that we are doing our best and ask for your mercy.
Here's what my issue is with that. I understand what you're saying, because I think, I think your business model is great. I know a lot of people who love it. That's not really the question. The question is, our residents have the right to live in peace while you successfully run your business. That can happen. When you had your first call and the police came and spoke to your employees, what did you do about it at that point in time? What did you do about it the next time? What did you do about it the time after that? It wasn't until you come here that you start to make changes.
So the first complaint, we thought the noise was coming out through the ceiling, and we made an amendment to, or we resolved that, but it's stated there on, after the first complaint, the first noise complaint, we went up onto the roof and repaired a hole around the 8-ton unit that's on the roof, and we filled the air duct with soundproofing. So we
the
did.
Noise emanated from doors
Oh,
that
I
were
understand that.
open. Okay, those doors can't be open. The music. That's why we had such. I know the vestibule was an issue. However, it was very important to us because we were trying to stress to you at the time we issued your license how important it was to contain the sound within the building. And
We
that
built
has
2, one on the inside, one on the outside.
appreciate that, but we have to work a little bit harder at that. I wouldn't support 5 days, Mr. Horgan. I think we found a violation. I think this is the first one on the entertainment license. I would support something less than that, but I think 5 days is too much. Because like I said, I think we have to.
I mean, I believe they did take certain mitigation efforts. My biggest problem is they didn't abide by the hours. The 11 o'clock stop date didn't seem to matter. That's my biggest concern. I mean, 11 o'clock means 11 o'clock.
Well,
and I know you got a policy thing in there that there's a total shutdown
if I
at
could speak
11
to that.
o'clock and going forward. I hope seriously that you abide by that.
Could I speak to that point?
Yeah.
I think we're beyond the taking evidence, aren't we?
Yeah, no, I know. Just
yeah, no, he's talking about mitigation. But go
just
ahead.
talking about the reality of what happened. It was unclear to us or to some there that music after 11. Okay, there have been claims of live music after 11. It wasn't live music. It was music played through the sound system. Now, I understand that can't happen. However, there was no live music or performances after 11 p.m. ever in this place. These are.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is the hours of the entertainment license,
right,
during which you can have any entertainment. was terminated at 11 o'clock.
Right, at 11 o'clock. After 11, it would be house music, meaning
No, because there was no after 11. There was an entertainment license that ran until 11.
right. But the gray area to us, which we didn't understand, is we couldn't play.
I don't think you want to be arguing gray areas.
Okay, well, just
That's a tough sell. I mean, when the license specifically states the hours of operation. But Tracy, you said you'd support something less than 5 days. What would you do? I think 5 is too much for a first offense.
Peter,
I agree with Mrs. Smart. It is. It's clear to me it's 7 to 11, but then it says below live entertainment ends at 11. So it is kind of gray. So I'm going to grant him that as a little bit of a confusion, which is cleared up tonight. Music ends at 11. Amplified, live, dead, whatever, it ends at 11. And I think we've made that very clear. And Mike, you've made that very clear too. But I think it is a little bit ambiguous the way it was written in the original license and stuff.
Do you have any suggestions on a penalty?
Well, I think my penalty would probably. Oh, were you talking to me?
No, but go ahead, and then I'll talk to Peter.
I'm sorry. I thought you were
No,
finished.
Tracy, go ahead.
No, I think my penalty would be in conjunction with the other penalty together.
Well, they're separate licenses.
No, they're separate licenses. So,
I don't think you want to do that.
I know, but it's collectively, I think
Well, let's talk about the entertainment license first.
I would support 2 days.
Peter?
On the entertainment license only, I was thinking 2 days originally. I'm thinking that perhaps bifurcate this a little bit, and on the entertainment license only, a warning. Because this is effectively there are noise complaints, but as far as I'm concerned, there was a little bit of ambiguity in the license itself.
So we got 5 days, we got a warning, we got 2 days. Mark, you gotta help us out. What do you think?
I mean, my preference was to continue this so that we can seriously, because we're going to be here all night and sort of stitching this thing together. But given how far we've come, I agree both with Peter and Tracy to some degree that there's merit to their arguments. I'm just a little bit nervous about rushing into making a decision without putting a lot of thought in terms of comparing how we've handled these in the past. It's a late hour, and I would want more time.
Well, I've been sitting here a few years, and we haven't had too many repeat. And there's
The other thing you have, if you're going to suspend it, you'd have to say when.
Right.
Well, there's an appeal period. There's an appeal period, and
Right.
Again, I would support having to do it in this year, because carrying it over from one year to another is.
Oh,
I would just say that for the alcohol license, the statute says you're not supposed to suspend before the 5-day appeal period under Chapter 138.
Oh, I know that.
As far as I know, there's no such provision for the entertainment license.
Yes, sir.
In regards to, it's my understanding based upon past cases, including those I've been involved with, that the appeal from any entertainment license discipline is direct to Superior Court. And in fact, it's an action of statutory certiorari, which I understand the time limit for filing that is 60 days after the official decision.
I thought it was 30, it's 60?
30 is a 30-day appeal from ABCC. You may be right, it may be as short.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I haven't read that statute for that particular time filing requirement in a while, so.
Yeah, I think you'd want to, yes, Bill.
I would just say, in my experience when I was practicing, is that the remedy is to seek an injunction against the suspension. I don't think you have to wait 60 days. Whereas the ABCC statute says wait the 5 days. I don't think there's anything that says you have to wait 60 days on the entertainment license.
No, and
Well, to be clear, to be helpful, you have an obligation on the liquor license, but not just to make a vote today. You have an obligation under Section 23 of Chapter 138 to issue your decision in writing along with a statement of reasons, which is basically your judgment, what facts you find and what the
Are
ultimate.
you talking about on the entertainment license
It's my understanding that
or
you
the
have
alcohol license?
my first comments were about the alcohol license under Chapter 138. And you have, I believe, comparable requirement to issue your decision in writing along with a statement of reasons. So there's a process here. And your vote, your deliberation and vote tonight is the beginning of that.
I'd make a motion that we suspend the entertainment license for 2 days this year. And he could pick, it doesn't have to be a Friday or Saturday night, but he can pick 2 particular days in this year. Do they have to be contiguous?
That's not a bad suggestion.
And he can pick what works for him. I'm sure he has bookings, but I think that there needs to be a violation.
You have 2 days.
We can do that.
Tracy, is that the motion then?
That's my motion.
Second.
So you're probably gonna be shut down for 2 days. You're already shut, you don't have anything scheduled, I'm assuming.
Well, we're pretty booked, but we can manage.
She said contiguous, that means together,
2 days in a row.
right?
Yep.
Okay.
Do we need to specify the specific dates?
No, I don't think so.
No. As I understood Mr. Stone's comments, they were looking for input on that, the actual date selection to be made by the music room within those parameters that you set, i.e. has to be December. We're at December 14th already, so
Right.
there's only 18 days left.
Correct.
And they have to be consecutive. I heard the word contiguous. I don't know whether that's a different,
She meant together,
back to back,
back to back,
not 2 Mondays.
like a Monday and a Tuesday, or like a Sunday to Monday. But I wouldn't do that unless it was by agreement. I will do it if it's by agreement, because I'm not sure we can legally do that, but I think we can do it if there's an agreement to do it.
With me,
Yes,
the 22nd and the 23rd of December.
all right.
It's a Wednesday and a Thursday night.
Chairman Stone,
Yes, sir.
there was a motion in a second. I don't know whether we actually voted on that yet.
We have not.
Okay.
There was a motion and a second, I believe, to suspend the entertainment license for 2 days this year. And now those 2 days are gonna be December 22nd and December 23rd. Correct?
Yes.
And what days of the week are those?
Thursday, I'm sorry, a Wednesday and a Thursday.
All right, so that'll be the weekday license. All right, all those, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, so that's done. Now, with the alcohol, does anybody have a motion on that, the alcohol license?
If I could just quickly, Mr. Stone, can we instruct the licensee to surrender the license during those days, whether it be to the police department or the licensing office?
You'll have to surrender the license to town hall, to the licensing office.
Will that be
For those 2 days.
The entertainment license.
documented in a written communication?
Excuse me?
We just told you. That's part of,
Will this be conveyed to him in a written document from the town, or is this?
Well,
it?
the suspension?
Yeah, in the obligation to surrender the weekday
Yeah,
entertainment license.
sure, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
So he'd bring it in the day before and pick it up the day after.
Well,
The day before the suspension, he would deliver the license to the town hall. The day after the suspension ends, he would pick it up.
but as I recollect and the record shows, his entertainment license hours are 7 PM to 11 PM during the weekdays. Is that not right? Based upon the.
Yes.
So am I correct in my understanding that if he surrenders it on the 22nd at noon or sometime before 7 p.m. and picks it up probably on Thursday morning, after the 2 days? Friday, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. If he had a show the night before.
I agree with that.
Precisely, yes.
Then he could bring it in before the hours the next day.
Yes, exactly. I just,
Yeah, we'll send something out on it.
just want to avoid any misunderstanding.
No, I appreciate that. That's a good point.
Yeah.
All right, so. yeah.
Mr. Stone, just a point here. It has to be while town hall is open. It can't be he can't drop it off at 5 to 7 because there's nobody here. So it's got to be when.
Or
town
at the
hall is
police
open.
station.
Or at the police station.
If you can't make town hall, you can deliver it to the police station.
That's why I find it helpful to get those directions in writing.
All right, so now let's go to the liquor license. Officer Magnuson, do you have any recommendation based on the violations of the liquor regulations at the board
It
meeting?
is a second violation. It's still only an administrative issue, but it does reflect on public safety, the training issue. So I would recommend a short suspension, perhaps held in abeyance, to keep the speed of the fire on the liquor
All right.
rules.
So,
Can you have them on the same days?
no, because what he's talking about is on a suspension, and what he's talking about, a year?
Yeah, to hold it in abeyance for a year, yeah.
So what he's talking about is you suspend the license for a period of time, you hold it in abeyance for a year, and if there's any violations, they have to serve that suspension out, plus face whatever the new violation is. So,
Can't we just?
that's done very frequently. The ABCC does it all the time, very honestly, especially on these types of violations. These aren't on the pecking order. The most serious are like serving minors and illegally transporting alcohol, serving intoxicated people. These are more record keeping, and the server training I think has some seriousness attached to it. But so what I would like somebody to do is make a motion that we suspend it for whatever period of time you feel is reasonable, and that we hold that suspension in abeyance for a period of 1 year.
Well, I make a motion, we suspend the license for 2 days that are December 22nd and December 23rd.
I'll second that.
Yeah, but see, can I say something? There's no, I mean, he's not gonna be doing anything anyway on those dates. If you do the suspension in abeyance, you've got some incentive that he'll comply going forward, and if he doesn't, we're gonna say when the 2 days are. Which could be, in the summer, for example. I don't think you're gonna get any deterrent effect out of a live suspension on those same 2 days. You can do it, but
Well, the only reason I do that is because.
I don't think that's any better than a warning, to be honest with you.
So it just for my clarification, you hold the license in abeyance. He continues to serve alcohol for that.
You suspend it for 2 days in abeyance, yeah.
Yeah, and then within that next 12 months, if there's no issues, he's clean.
Correct.
He's gone to confession.
Correct.
Okay, but if there's another violation,
He has to serve that suspension.
Right.
Plus, he has to face the new violation.
Okay, thank you.
So he's got more incentive to comply with the rules and regulations that he's been found to be in violation.
Well,
So you have the sword of Damocles over his head.
Yes.
Well, in either case, though, it will be the third violation. So, I mean, that's going to that's going to be a strong penalty. I think that'll in itself should be for an administrative thing. I think that having a third violation on your license would be a deterrent enough. But if you want to do it your way.
No, Officer Magnuson, what do you think about the two alternatives?
I think I agree with you. Oops. I agree with you. I think you get more deterrent incentive by holding it in advance.
Yeah, ABCC does it all the time. So does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to that effect.
2-day suspension,
Right, with a
held in abeyance for a year.
1 year, and the 1 year starts today, or is it starts January 1st?
Started. No. Phil, what do you think?
I would think it would start today.
We started today. That's what I would think too.
Does the 5 days appeal period come into effect then? So it should start on the 19th?
We're not actually going to impose the suspension within the 5 days.
Okay.
Right. And yeah, I mean, theoretically, we could if he had, no, we wouldn't because we couldn't get a hearing that quick, even if he had a subsequent violation. All right, so yeah,
Wait a
so
minute, we got
effective
we got
today.
2 motions on the table. We have 2 motions on the table.
Right.
2?
Yeah, Tracy made a motion as well.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
First one, yeah.
You're gonna stick with that one?
I don't know. what's
After
my-
from hearing from the learned Phil Magnuson?
It was motioned and seconded. Let's take a vote.
On Tracy's motion?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't want to support that because I really don't think it's gonna have the deterrent effect that it should have. So I'm gonna vote no. Well,
I seconded it. I vote yes.
you vote yes?
No.
No?
Yes.
No.
No. Okay, so that motion fails by a vote of 3-2. So now we have Peter's motion, right?
Yep.
And his motion is to suspend for 2 days, hold in abeyance for a period of 1 year starting now. And who seconded that? Did anybody?
You did.
I did. Okay, so I'll second it again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Yeah.
All right, one nay, is it? Anybody else? All right. So thank you very much. I hope going forward, we're not gonna keep doing this. We really try to ensure compliance and avoid problems, and we want you to take advantage of the resources. Officer Magnuson would be more than happy to help you.
Good. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman. I know how much you love licensing hearings.
Yeah, I know. My favorite.
They're not hearings, they're full court proceedings.
This one is.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask that we might look at our agenda and see if we can pare it down a bit?
Well, I want to ask the town administrator first, is if, I mean, the town clerk, is she still here?
Yes.
Where is she?
The
Well,
recycling and solid
Then
waste.
hold on, yeah. Where's the solid waste committee? Are they still here?
They'd like to reschedule.
Okay, that's a great idea. So all in favor? Bingo. Okay, next item on the agenda is our town clerk, Mary Maslowski. Mary, thanks for hanging in there. You deserve a medal. So why don't you update us on yet the latest developments?
Before I get started, I do have some maps that are larger for,
good.
For those of you.
So Bob, can you hand them out to the board members so we can have them?
And I also have a second set of the 2 documents that I need signed tonight if you folks choose to vote in favor.
Have Bob give the documents to Bob. So once we take an action, there's yet another thing to sign.
Oh, thanks.
So she's going to update us on it.
These are slightly larger. So thank you for hearing me. Can you hear me with the mask on? So thank you for indulging my attendance again to your meeting.
Thank you for indulging ours.
Unfortunately, the state legislature finalized their draft of the state districts. And as we had anticipated, they used the 2010 line that used to make up precincts 5 and 6 in Yarmouth. Unfortunately, those 2 precincts have grown too large and need to be split up in order and can't stay in their same configuration.
Mm-hmm.
So the last vote of your board and my last proposal actually resulted in 3 split precincts. If you can see the little jut out under precinct 1 that we tried to correct the last time.
So the just so that folks that are watching, this precinct map is basically a result of the state legislatures?
Correct. It's a result of trying to fix our map to reduce the number of split precincts. And what a split precinct is, for those people that don't know, it would mean that if you were in precinct, so right now, if you look at precinct 8, which is the purple on the southernmost part, there is a small portion that is behind the black line. So that will remain a split precinct. That means those people to the west of the black line will need to get a different ballot in precinct 8 than the people to the east of the black line. Unfortunately, that's the only way the state, in looking at the numbers, could make it work. It's a product of our location on the Cape and the growth that we've had. So some of the things that we tried to fix before, if you look at the yellow in the top, there's a little peninsula that jots out into the blue area, which is precinct 5. That peninsula we tried to move into precinct 1. Unfortunately, because the state legislature used the 2010 boundaries, if we kept that in the yellow and kept the yellow as a straight line across and didn't have that little peninsula, both precinct 1 and precinct 5 would be split precincts as well. So that's how we would get 3. So they have reworked the numbers with respect to the black line that you can see that's outlined. And this is the best we can do to stay within the plus or minus 5% and under 4,000 residents within each of the precincts. So it's not a perfect solution. I wish we would actually have more room for growth. As you can see in the chart on the right-hand side of the map, we do have a plus 4 point something and a minus 4 point something. So chances are we'll be doing this again in 10 years. But it is a better solution than having 3 split precincts. I do think we can handle the 1. It is a small amount of people in precinct 8. I believe it's about 650 residents that fall to the other side of the black line to the west. So we will be essentially treating that precinct as having 2 districts, a district A and a district B. But it is a better result than if we take no action tonight. The LEDRC.
What you're saying is that if we take no action tonight, we're going to have 3 split precincts?
3 split precincts. So we will have precinct 1, precinct 5, and precinct 8.
Yeah.
Would be split precincts.
Okay.
With this resolution, we will only have 1.
So do we have to nullify? I mean, we've voted twice already.
So your last was voted and submitted under the statute that was passed by the state legislature and approved by the governor. They give us the option to revote and ask for changes prior to December 15th, which is tomorrow, and in revising our plan. So, and it's within December 15th or within 30 days of the notice that we were given. So
do we have to, in our vote, include language that says that prior this
you do not. What it actually proposed
is
that your motion state that you move to accept as presented the revised 2020 re-precincting plan. So we will, that language is in the vote that can be signed, that I will certify tonight.
All right. Do any board members have any questions? Selectman Post?
I have just a quick one about the purple on the left, the split.
Sure.
So is there a minimum number that you can have in a precinct as well?
I had asked, there is a minimum number. I don't know it off the top of my head. I did ask if we could make 9 precincts.
Yeah.
And that wasn't possible.
Okay.
So I was told this was the best resolution.
And can you have a precinct like precinct 8, 8A and 8B
it won't be treated as a precinct. The precinct has to be the 8, noted as 8.
Correct.
We will have it as a district A and a district B. Okay. The voting tabulators can be programmed to process 2 separate ballots in the same tabulator. So we can have the precinct set up in the same location. We would just have separate lines and manage the district A and district B in separate areas. And using the poll pads will enable us to actually flag that right on their, when they're on their check-in.
Check-in.
So it will say to our, we can have it say to our poll workers that they're in
That
precinct
is
eight.
just so less than ideal for everybody, especially the people voting there. I mean, they're going to be confused, especially like if there's, you know, the ballots, there could be things on there that are different, right?
So the only thing that should be different is the state legislative district. So that's the only race that's really affected. We do not have a split precinct for any other race. Our state Senate race is the same. Our
Okay, good.
Congressional seats are still the same. It's only the state legislative district. So it is correct. There is about 650 potential voters in precinct 8 that will get a separate ballot from the remainder to the east of the black line that you see before you. I do think we can manage it. We just have to manage it with good education for our election workers and good education to the voters. So regardless, once this is passed and certified by the state, we have to send notices out to anybody that's moved precincts. And if and when you folks decide to, one, determine a polling location for precinct 8, which will be next on the list, and or change any other precinct locations, in polling locations, we'll have to send out a notice for that as well. So we know ahead of schedule that we will have to message this well on social media, on the website, and also through written communication.
It always helps us out.
Right. So I'm going to put a motion before the board. Unless there, do you have any more questions?
No,
Selectman Smith?
Mary, thank you for fighting with our friends up in Boston. This is not ideal, but I think, as you said, this is the best we can do.
We're not alone. Barnstable also has some split precincts that they're trying to resolve as well. So unfortunately, we're not alone, but this is a better resolution than having 3.
So again, if we vote this tonight, it's done.
If you vote this tonight, it's done as far as I'm concerned. I am emailing it. I'm going upstairs. I'm certifying all of your signatures tonight. I'm emailing it to the Secretary of State's office, and we have a courier scheduled to take it in tomorrow morning because the state was kind enough to schedule us for the 11 a.m. LEDRC meeting tomorrow. So they'll be hearing this tomorrow.
Okay. Any other board members? Selectman Stone?
No, I just want to make sure that, but so 8's going to be the only split precinct?
Correct.
And that little jog in the yellow area there, was that on the old map too?
It's how it exists now. It is on the old map. It is in the current precinct map. Our current precinct 1 has that.
Does include that?
Does include that. We tried to fix that.
Yeah, I know you tried to.
The area that Mr. Sullivan had commented
So
about.
that's going to remain that way, right?
Correct. If we don't, it's 2 more split precincts.
So it's a question whether you want 1 split precinct or 3.
Correct.
Yeah. All right.
I would appreciate only 1.
Yeah, thank you.
Selectman Horgan?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to offer a motion based on the language presented to us by the town clerk. So
I'll make that motion.
Okay. So your motion is that we certify that we accept, let's see, the Board of Selectmen is accepting the re-precincted plan for the town of Yarmouth
Except as presented, the
presented.
revised 2020 replete.
Well, why don't you give us the motion?
Sure, absolutely. The motion is in order to accept as presented the 2020 revised re-precincting plan for the town of Yarmouth.
I make that motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and second. Any more discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mary.
Thanks, Mary. Thanks for hanging in. Okay.
Signature spots, that one, right?
Well,
There are 2. All we signed was 1.
There's another one in here, I believe.
There's a second. There's the
Okay.
vote, and then there's a.
And make sure, Tracy, did you sign this one in here?
I signed that one.
You did?
Oh, yeah, there's a second page
There's
here.
another page and this is.
Mark, right here.
Okay. All right, so we got to get back and sign the second page on this one. Well,
Dan, why don't you sign this and then I'll pass it down to the.
okay. All right, while we're signing paperwork here. And that's really the work, that's what government's all about, right? Signing paperwork. Yeah. Tell me about it. You know,
It's a good place to be, actually.
well, we should write a thank you note to the legislature for complicating our lives
Yes.
multiple times.
Thank you.
And they weren't very nice in their hearing process when.
No, I understand they were pretty.
They have it.
All right. So we're going to move on now. While we're doing paperwork, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, capital improvement plan.
Thank you.
And we have some folks that have really hung in there with us tonight. Our capital improvement committee leadership and Mr. Bill Scott. Otherwise, I every now and then I might blurt out Scotty, so forgive me.
And
All right. Yeah. So if I blurt that out, just bear with me. It's getting late.
Yes, it is.
I want to say, give us more power, Scotty. Mr. Scott.
If I may, I'd like to introduce the chair of the committee, Sandy Fife, and
That'll be
Vice
your
Chair
line.
Judy Tarver.
Yes, thank you. And once again, Mr. Scott, well done on the PowerPoints. He's become a real pro here. Check it out, folks. Do you have your handout in front of you? This is what they're going to go through. Okay.
All right.
Ball is in your court.
All right, thank you. Thank you for having us tonight. I also want to thank my committee and all the department heads that put a lot of time and effort very quickly into this process this year. I'd like to thank Bill. It's been a collaborative effort this year, and he's been a great asset to the committee, and I appreciate that. So tonight we're here to officially hand off our capital plan to you as required by the charter. No board action is required tonight. It's more of an overview of the process and some ideas. Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to be doing the clicking. And we're going to present some ideas and a commitment to work towards several new approaches, which we will be talking about tonight. I do want to note that this report does not include the schools, as we have not received any capital requests from the schools as of yet.
Nothing? Was it requested of them?
I believe so.
Contact them again to get the submittal.
And I'd like to put in that we actually met with the superintendent's office and they fully committed to providing capital request information. They said they had an ongoing study and were going to be following back to get that information, but it was not submitted as of our deadline, but they have promised it.
Okay, please continue.
Thank you. The Capital Budget Committee, as you know, is charged with reviewing all requests for capital items and making recommendations to the Finance Committee, the Board of Selectmen, and Town Meeting. A capital item is an item that typically has a minimum value of $10,000 or a useful life of at least 5 years. Examples would be, as you know, buildings, vehicles, computer equipment, roads, sidewalks, etc. The committee's recommendation takes the form of a 5-year capital improvement plan and also a 10-year facility plan, which serves as the town's overarching planning documents. Each year, these items are budgeted and are presented to town meeting as the capital budget. The capital budget, separate from the town's operating budget, which funds recurring type expenses like salaries, benefits, office expenses, and other recurring expenses. So the process, I know you're very familiar with our process, but for the sake of the public, although I don't think there's too many people watching right now, we begin the process with the receipt of proposals from the departments. Then we initiate our liaisons. So each committee member is given one department or several departments to go out and talk to the department heads, the key contacts, tour the sites and look at the vehicles and listen to information. At that point, we asked each department to come back in and to appear before us. Using this two-way approach, it gives us a much better overview of each item and answers a lot of questions for us before we start. So we find these meetings very helpful when combined with the liaison approach. As part of the rating process, we aggregate items that are within the tax levy or free cash, whichever it may be this year. We separate out the items that have other funding sources, and we rate each item one to 5, 1 being the most favorable. During the rating, some of the comments this year had to do with the readiness to proceed on some of the projects and the level of information provided. One issue we found is the lack of availability of rolling stock and the supply chain issues. So with that, some of the costs on the vehicles and stuff are estimated, and hopefully there'll be enough when the vehicle actually comes in. So this year we assumed a budget of 1.5 million. But we are here tonight to provide you with 2 options. And I think it would be helpful if you go to the next slide. So looking at this, we're looking at 2 options. If we leave all requests in place as we have funded in the past, either from the levy or free cash, if you see the blue line, we would be recommending going down to the blue line. This represents no changes to the projects or means for which how they are funded. Going down to, it's very hard to read for the sure for the public at home. Going down to the blue line, the cost is $1,561,423. Our second option that we would like to discuss is taking out recurring equipment, such as the tasers, the mobile computers, as they could be funded through the operation budget. Police cruisers would be leased, and items that are typically not capital, carpeting, painting, furniture, would be also considered budget items. This would allow us to go down much further on the list and fund some of the projects that have been before us, 1, 2, some of them 2, 3 years in a row. The total would allow us to go down, the estimated total would be $2,074,054. By providing these options, we're offering an outlook to the administration, the board, and the finance committee as to the implementation options associated with approaching the issue from a different perspective. These options are just suggestions. They're not instructive, and they do need more vetting. On the next slide, these items, with the exception of the roads, which are at the top, are from other financing sources. The roads, we have recommended the roads and stormwater. We did not recommend sidewalks at this time due to funding restraints. In the future, the items from the other financing sources, which include the ambulance fund, the water fund, golf, we will be looking for a more detailed plan on the request. These improvements will improve revenue. We will request documentation to articulate that outcome. And similar to the treatment plant design, we would like to see more design funding requests. Moving on to the outer years, there are some basic principles that the Capital Budget Committee believes would create a better outcome, a better program. Some of these ideas is to sequence and fund the projects to level the cost of the program, to eliminate the spikes in the 5 and the 10-year plans. removes items that should be in the budget and they're not really focused on capital. Require analysis to provide well-developed projects at the time of the request for acquisition or construction, and clearly separate programs based on funding sources. This is the 5 and the 10-year plan. In 2024, it's clearly impacted by wastewater, which really makes that year much higher. So we would like to create a true capital improvements program and perhaps develop some policies to guide not just the capital budget committee, but also the department heads. And so we would like to just review 6 approaches for future programs that we're willing to work on with administration and the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee. So the first approach is to establish a more comprehensive definition of a capital item that does not place items such as painting, door replacement, and replacement of regular occurring equipment within the capital budget. We're willing to provide a definition for your consideration at a future meeting. The second approach is to determine within those definitions a policy regarding the preferred funding and financing method of certain types of requests. We understand that as budget shifts, however, if we knew the preferred funding method, it would be easier for the capital budget committee to do their review. Third, we'd like to establish policy that requires departments to exhaust all efforts to determine means of funding outside the tax levy. As we move through the process, questions always come up. Can't you use that fund, or is there a grant for this? And so we would like to see departments come to the process with evidence that everything has been exhausted as to other funding sources. Fourth, we would like to see projects that are sufficiently vetted and understood with applicable studies. We actually had a discussion on doing a facility study for town buildings, and we would like to see all requests for town buildings vetted through the facilities department before they come to us. So each department should have a consistent level of preparation across all projects to achieve a higher readiness to proceed. We believe this would create a much better process.
You snooze, you lose. I like that. Very clever.
Yeah. Fifth, establish policy regarding the review of a program where prior years have not demonstrated timely expenditures in the absence of a rationale for delay. Sometimes projects are not done immediately and they overlap with the incoming projects. So a lack of progress should require a resequencing of the project or the use of unspent funds on the current proposals. We do receive a report from the finance department that outlines previous articles and unspent money during our process. And last, sixth, we would like to establish protocols for rolling stop that are consistent over time. Over the years, this has been a moving target. New methods such as asset management software tracking, use and maintenance needs would help tie performance. We'd like to see tie performance into the request also. So if a department did not receive a particular piece of equipment, how would they function and what would the service implications be? We'd be willing to work on these policies and procedures in this regard. And finally, these options, as we said before, these options are just suggestions for discussion. This year, we viewed the capital improvement report as an opportunity to address issues that have not been addressed in the past, and we're willing to work with the selectmen and the administration to put these policies draft policies in place for your review if you choose for us to do that. So we're here to answer any questions, and we're willing to come back at a future meeting to discuss this in more detail.
Thank you. It would appear that you've been spending a lot of time with Mr. Scott and Mr. Rittenhour. This was a very good presentation.
Thank you.
I commend you all for it. Let me go around the board and see if there are any quick questions or comments, because we're going to get into the weeds on this at a subsequent date, but just any quick reactions that you might have to what you've heard tonight, I think would be helpful. Selectman Smith.
I read this a couple of times, and I'm pretty good at arithmetic and math and stuff. I didn't understand a lot of what was in here, to be absolutely honest. I mean, I understood how you did the priorities and stuff, but I thought the rating system was going to be 1 through 5, and I see 13s and 14s and 15s and stuff. So I was a little confused.
That was the aggregate rating for each. We have 7 members.
Okay.
So depending on, so once we rated them, we had to rank them in order, because that's what we were asked to do last year. Okay. So that's how they got down to 14, 15.
No, I mean, I agreed with how you, settled on what was the most priority and the least priority, but I couldn't figure out where the numbers came from and stuff. And I'm not trying to pin you down to one particular page, because that's unfair. But you talk about rolling stock, and you talk about a 2008 Ford something. The plan is to replace that, or is okay.
I may just. And
again, Bill, I'm not trying to.
No. I just want to clarify it. Some of the department heads put in the item that they're replacing, not the item. I mean,
not the
2008, and not the item that they're buying. So a lot of department heads in the spreadsheet put those in there. So they're replacing the 2008, and it goes true to form in some of the other entries. Right. So
it was a problem for us this year as well. So
that was one
your observation was one shared by us.
Right. And has the town purchased rolling stock and paid for them? Have they ever done long-term leases on the rolling stock?
In the golf department, they do leases. That's currently
because
the only department.
Obviously that levels out the cash flow on those items instead of the big spike.
We're only recommending it for the police cruisers, not for the DPW trucks.
Because the police cruisers get not that the DPW trucks don't get work, but the police cruisers get a ton of work. Right.
Well, the police cruisers too idle a lot.
Yeah.
And so that's not reflected in mileage, but the engine is.
That's not good for the vehicle, for the engine. No, it was very comprehensive. I read it twice, and you guys have done a ton of work. It's fantastic, and I like the way you laid it out. I just was a little confused at how some of the numbers came and stuff. And you mentioned early on in the slide that you try to get rid of spikes in the budget.
In the capital budget.
Yeah,
so
just in the capital
budget. So the idea is, and the chair pointed out, if we had a detailed facilities plan, you can start making sort of decisions on, do I do this roof now with these windows, and then you package it so you try to keep that level rather than having those all show up in a given year and then have a spike. So I think really the objective of the committee is that, and the leasing is a good point to that. It's about $404,000 for the cruisers. If you lease that, that's another way to sort of eliminate the spikes. And that's one of the keys in capital budgeting, is when you have those spikes, it starts bumping other things off the capital budget to the next year and the next year. So
I had a tour of the police department a little while ago, and one of the things that the chief mentioned is, look at our furniture, it's all falling apart. And you mentioned, I mean, clearly a chair is under 10 grand, but is that within their budget if they replace all that furniture? Because if they replace all that furniture, it's clearly going to be more than 10 grand. And a lot of the furniture is at best beyond its useful life. So, and you say you should put it in their budget. How can they put it in their budget if it's a big number?
Well, we're also talking about transition too. So you can't just make a big change in how you look at things or how people are defining them, because some of that actually came as a result of budgeting issues in the past where people were trying to compensate for reductions in budgets and other cutbacks 10, 12 years ago.
Okay, yeah.
And so those practices became practices instead of exceptions. And so we kind of have to steer it back. And that's not something that happens quickly. So
another example would be cell phones. Cell phones end up in the capital budget and clearly are not capital.
I think your approach is the way to go. Absolutely.
You may not be able to put everything back in the budget in 1 year, but I mean, if we've been talking about this for several years, and if we could just start with something like cell phones.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Selectman Post.
Thank you. Yes, this is a work over the years. We've watched I guess, what do they call it? The best laid plans. You know, we've had some tough years where your budget's gotten extremely cut and gone to other things. And so, you know, the first thing I look at is roadway improvements. And we passed an override for that many years ago. And we told the voting public that that money would always be there for roads, and then it got taken away for something else that had to get covered in the budget, and we need to get that money back. I really would love to see your draft proposals because I think that these are good, solid policy things. As Peter said, you know, we're living with years past. So for many years we would have on free cash tree maintenance, and we finally got tree maintenance into the DPW or signage. A lot of these things, unfortunately, the budgets, they don't have it in their budget to do it. So they request it, and I don't blame them. You know, I mean, you know, I mean, we'd really have to take a conscious look at the budget to figure out what percentage these maintenance things are and what we need to increase each budget by for them to be able to handle that within that. You know, the other thing we also did too is we had, you know, maybe we need a stabilization fund for furnitures and fixtures for future years or something like that, because, you know, we plan our budget so early and it's wonderful, but then everything happens. And, you know, looking at this without seeing all the pieces is hard. But, you know, a couple of years ago, you got the 1 point, we worked really hard for a lot of years to get that 1.5, and that's still not enough. But the thing is that this is a little bit different because in years past, we had the new replacement. We could see, you know, we can't really see what the plan is in this in terms of the replacement, whether it's a new piece of equipment or replacement equipment. Because I think that's extremely helpful. I know a lot of work that you did in the fleet management over the past couple of years has been extremely helpful in really getting a good criteria for any type of replacement. So we've made great strides. Unfortunately, we've had so many cuts in the past years that we're still not back to where we need to be. And you know, we really, I think that commitment for the roadway improvement for the $2 million is extremely important. I think that that's a commitment our board made to the public when they approved that, so we wouldn't have to keep going back to them. And I think we need to work to get to that. But like I said, I think that this presentation was awesome, and I would love to see your policies and talk about the definition of what a capital item is, and then talk about how we're gonna afford each budget. I'm disappointed that the school is not part of this. You know, we know we get so much criticism about the school buildings. We get criticized on the school building because they're our building. And I've been saying for a few years now that we need to take responsibility and not wait for the schools, because what happens is you have that leaking roof that turns into a huge issue. And we shouldn't allow that to happen to our buildings. So I think your facilities analysis is a great idea, but I think we need to take control of our school buildings and the analysis that's done with that and the information that gets provided, because ultimately we're responsible to provide that. We get 3 years ago, we had, I think it was $1 million that was requested for a roof, and now nothing.
Right.
How can that be? The roof didn't
40 for repair, 40,000
Yeah.
for repairs. So, yeah.
So, and we know there's significant issues in the schools with capital. So, it all plays together, but I appreciate all your hard work and thanks for sticking with us.
Hopefully, when we come back the next time, we'll have the schools at that point. But
Let's see. Selectman Stone.
Well, thank you very much. This is a very nice piece of work, and I can tell that, a lot of analysis of the budget, capital budget, and some of the challenges and some of the things that were done in the past that perhaps aren't the way to do it going forward, are reflected. As Tracy said, I think a couple of points that she made, I think were very important. One is with the schools, we got to integrate that capital, the capital needs of the schools too, and not let those buildings, which are our assets, go to waste or to have certain capital projects just escalate because of neglect and lack of planning. And lack of oversight. And the other thing, as she said, we've made a very firm commitment to the taxpayers on the recurrent expenses for road repairs that I think we have to get back to and make good on and take care of that. It's like anything else. If we don't, it's going to cost us a lot more money down the road, in addition to not living up to our commitment. But I did enjoy looking at this, and I feel good about certain questions Peter asked, because when I looked at this rating scale and I saw 1 to 6 and I see double-digit numbers, I thought something was in the brownies. But now I realize they were integrated scores, so I was puzzled by that as well. But this is a very, very good piece of work, and thank you so much for staying with us tonight and giving us an opportunity to hear your presentation.
thank you.
Thank you.
Selectman Horgan.
And really the same thing. Everything's been said. Very, very appreciative of the work you put in. Looking forward to see how we massage this going forward and really clarify things. It's very difficult trying to prioritize things when they're a mixed bag like they've been over the past 10, 20 years. It's going to be really nice to clean that up, and it'll be a lot easier, I think, for us to do planning that way. So appreciate it. I'm really looking forward to the next couple of phases, and we'll see where we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let me ask you, when do you think we're likely to revisit this again? When should we be doing this? And I'm going to look to the town administrator a little bit in January. Okay, so when you're not going to be gone too long, we'll be back at this. I think some of these items are posed as questions, but to some degree, you've already provided some answers. I think what we're going to be able to get at very shortly is really a lot of very constructive guidance for the department heads, and a process that clearly takes some significant advances over what we've been doing before. So again, along with the other board members, I very much appreciate what you've done, what you've put together here. I thank you, Mr. Rittenauer, for your contributions, as well as you, Mr. Scott. This is actually the first time in a long time I'm actually going to be looking forward to going through the capital improvement program, because I've been concerned about shortcomings for quite some time, not necessarily due to your work, but just systematically the way we're laying it out. So this is a very exciting development, and my hope is that the transition as we go through it is not that bumpy, and the department heads accept this approach and the wisdom of it, that's clearly embedded in all this. So,
And
well,
just so you know, we did
yes.
not forget about coastal infrastructure. I know we've been focused on that for the last several years.
no, I know you haven't because I keep bugging the administrator on it.
Well, we had a good
Yeah,
conversation.
yeah. He just says, "Don't worry, we're working on it." That's all I need. So, and I'm looking forward to how you begin tackling that. I think for town meeting, for the finance committee, for the other people that sort of pay close attention to this, I think the formatting of this is very well done, and I like the idea, sort of beginning to embed in the process the review of other funding alternatives and figuring out a way to address that in this, because in many cases, one of our problems is we have projects that we want to do, and we know there's money out there to do it, but for some reason, we're not going after enough of that money or all of that money. And I think to some degree, what is going to come out of this process is an understanding that where some money might be, where some opportunities might be, and then we will have to make as a priority internally how we go after some of those dollars and how we pursue them. And I think with the stability that we have here in the administrator's office, I think, quite frankly, I think we're going to be very much up to that task. It's just sort of getting a sense of where those opportunities are and organizing ourselves to pursue them. So this is, again, well done. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you in
So-
January. Have a great Christmas.
Yes, you too. Okay, well, that was good. The next item on our agenda this evening is a discussion of town council search and our recommendations individually for our top three. I see the town administrator's got a score sheet available to figure out how they're all going to shake out.
I'd make my top three.
Okay, Selectman Post, are you ready?
Mead, Tallerman, Costa would be my first. Murphy, Hesse, and Toomey would be number 2, and 3 would be KP Law. Those would be the three
Okay.
I want to see.
All right, well, you can put me down for those three too.
Me also.
Selectman Horgan,
Yeah.
yes.
You don't
Selectman
have to
Stone?
prioritize and do
No,
it.
they're not.
No,
just the
no, just the three.
I didn't mean it like.
I chose the same three.
Okay, Selectman Smith?
As did I.
Amazing, great minds think alike. Boy, that didn't take long, huh?
It's amazing.
So the question now we have to ask ourselves is, what's a potential date on our upcoming calendar schedule for interviewing candidates? And I'm going to ask board members if they would prefer to interview them together, sort of back to back to back, and flip a coin as to who goes first. Or you can take one firm up one night, another firm up another night, and do them separately. Right? There may be another option out there.
I think doing them all at the same time gives them the same playing field to answer the same questions.
I agree, as long as we can try to limit other agenda items.
Yeah, no more show cause hearings, right?
I'll tell you, I gotta get some comments. We'll talk to you, Maria, about it.
Yeah.
I did not expect that.
Yeah.
And if we could have a set of questions that we definitely ask all three of them, and obviously we would fill in questions, that would make sense. But
right.
I think that makes good sense, and that also makes it fairer, and it gives you a level playing field.
Right. I think doing it all together one night makes a great deal of sense. So I agree with that comment. I also think it would be helpful to have them all here at once. So like the dating game, you have literally people sequestered in a room somewhere so they can't hear the answers of the others. I think that's
Counselor number 1. What do you find offensive about counselor number 2 and 3?
There you go. There you go. That's an idea right there. Bingo. So
actually, that's a good idea, because that also makes it fairer for everybody. Is
right.
Doing them all.
I've done that when I've worked with towns on doing town manager searches. Is that we get the 3 finalists and they all have to be there sequestered, so we can ask the round. No one knows what the other candidates are being asked. He didn't. No. All right, so it sounds good. So we just have to figure out a time. We're going to be looking to the town administrator to recommend a date.
You know,
And,
a good date that there's no agenda set was we were going to try to skip that Martin Luther King week of January
So,
18, that meeting, but
Yeah.
we did January 18 town council interviews. I think that might be a good use of the time, and that way it won't interfere with your next agenda.
so we'll sort of make that the featured topic for that night. Very little
Let's
else.
do that.
Very little else. Yeah. How does the board feel about that? Selectman Morgan?
So the 18th?
That's what's being proposed. So I'm just going to go around and see if everyone's comfortable with that.
What's,
Tracy, does that work for you?
yeah,
Okay. Peter?
18th works for me, yeah.
Mike, does that work for you?
Yeah.
18th? There you go. You got an answer. Wow. Look at that. Look how much we've accomplished. And that only took, what, 2-3 minutes?
what's our goal setting date?
That's on Saturday, January.
January 8th.
Right.
Yep, that's our special meeting.
Okay.
We're doing it at the Flax Pond.
Saturday, the 8th.
Yep. Special meeting. Maybe we should have our meetings around the town, right? We go to,
I think it's a great idea. I've seen selectmen do it at
We used to do
beaches.
it,
I've seen
yeah.
it
Yeah.
all different places.
If we're going to interview all three of them in the same night, should we move the start time back an hour to 5?
what's the board's feeling about that? I'm getting used to these midnight meetings.
I did some writing on
I don't
my
think just
packet,
dealing with one issue like
so
that
he
should.
sent me one,
Right.
so I'm gonna reprint it,
Take
bring
two.
it down
Okay.
tomorrow.
What do you think? Ken?
I don't have much
I've never been
writing on
involved.
my-
No. You're putting the proposal out. Let's get
I'm
some
putting the
feedback.
proposal
Yeah,
out, so we start at 5
Right.
o'clock.
the record, don't wanna see.
Okay. Selectman Horgan, are you comfortable with the 18th at 5 p.m.? Okay. Selectman Post,
Thank you. Thank
you ready for that?
I'm ready. I stand ready. I just don't know if they'll be ready at 5 because if they have,
There you go. They may have other business,
Yeah.
but if we get to them early enough,
I think 6. I mean, that's giving an hour to each of them. If 3 hours, I mean.
Don't need an hour.
No, he
so
was
are you okay
suggesting-
starting at 5? Can you do that? It was suggested that maybe we start a little bit earlier. That way we're not.
5, 6, and 7?
Yeah.
I'm all right with that.
Might give them like at least like
A break.
15-minute
Right.
kind of buffer in there, I think.
Right.
Is there going to be snacks?
That can be arranged, right? Food.
Oh, my whole life revolves around food.
No, that's not a bad thing. You know, people do need to eat and be nourished.
I haven't eaten tonight.
I think we should have a policy. If a meeting goes beyond 9, we should have food.
Even the school committee, they get cookies.
Yeah. Who's in charge of cookies here?
I'm just kidding.
We need
I'm
to hire
kidding.
somebody.
Bunch up in the office.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. Tracy makes an excellent point. Makes an excellent point. At one time, we used to have chocolate buckets in front of us all the time. That would
Tom
help.
was here.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember those days? All right. So I think, Bob, do you need any more direction from us
No, I-
on the town administrator or town council search? Town administrator. Oops.
No.
Okay, good. All right. Next item is board and committee actions. Okay. Selectman Smith, you're up. So,
I had it in my hand in 2 seconds.
Here.
What did I do with it? Oh, no, I got it. I found it. First item on the docket here is to reappoint Robert C. Lawton Jr. to the Cape Cod Veterans Service Board. He's served in the past, he's done a good job, and I would highly recommend that he get reappointed.
so this is a 3-year term running to December 2024.
I move that appointment.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, carries unanimously. Next item.
Next item is Mr. Lawton is looking for another non-paying job on the Cape Cod Regional Transit Authority. And again, this is a reappointment, 3-year term to 12 of 24.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Next,
Opposed, carries unanimously.
next item on the agenda would be to add to the golf committee, Bill West, William West, as a appointment for a 1-year unexpired term. It's an alternate position. In addition, there's a note from the chair of the golf committee, Ms. Chapman, that she discussed the appointment with her entire board, and they're very much in favor of adding Mr. West as a alternate.
This is an appointment that runs through April 2022. So this will come up. It's a short term. Okay, is there a motion?
So
Make that motion.
how many alternate spots are available?
There's two, and one's already been approved. This would be the second one.
Okay, I'll second that. So we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Hearing none. So he's retired Air Force. I'd like to know what in no, I take that back. Okay. I'm going to call this for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Carries unanimously. Next one, Disability Commission.
Disability Commission, Jean Boyle. Jean has been sitting at a number of meetings, and both the chair and the staff recommended her highly to. This would be a 3-year term in January of 2025, and again, it's for the Disability Committee.
That's great. Although, is there a motion?
I make the motion.
Is there a second? I'll second. Any discussion?
She's a resident, correct?
She's a resident, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, she's a terrific. She I think was when I was appointments chair. We appointed her. She's been a terrific member of this committee.
Okay.
And she's got a disabled child, which is one of the reasons why she's very much interested in this particular point.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. And now we're going on to Old Kings Highway. Reappointments.
It's for Pete Hildebrand and Richard Gegenworth, and reappointments to a 1-year term to 12 of 22.
Well,
Hildebrand is an alternate, and reappoint is the architect town, appointed for a 1-year term, which will run through December of 22.
Can I just ask a question about the board in general, in terms of, I know we had an issue a little bit ago with our initiative, our solar initiative.
Solar panels, correct.
And
Yep.
so I'm just curious how the board has been, there were some legal decisions on that, and I just want to make sure that, now is a good time to talk about where where we want to go.
No, I think you make an excellent point.
I've spoken with some of the people on Old Kings Highway, and they are not real thrilled with solar panels, which I think we should be supporting solar panels. That's a personal opinion, obviously not a board opinion. And I have talked to a couple of people who are against it, unless it can't be seen from the street.
I'm more concerned with the decorum and the respect that is accorded to the people that go in front of the board. And I have some concerns with Richard Gegenworth.
Yeah. Let me ask, I'm going to put the town administrator on the spot, because I know that he's been working hard to sort of broker peace among the various groups. And I know others have shared some concern regarding the points that Selectman Horgan have raised. I'd like to just get his sense as to whether or not we've gotten any feedback or communications that things have improved. Is there any?
Somewhat. I mean, it's still a very disjointed process, and quite frankly, some of the idiosyncrasies involved in the personality, such as Mr. Gegenworth, in terms of his simply connecting with the individuals in front of him, has made it somewhat difficult. But I think that there's larger issues involved with the overall Old Kings Highway, and their legal representation. If you read the minutes, it's still a very combative process, and I think there has been change in the membership at the last election. I think that's going to be tremendously helpful. I met with the local membership, and they have pledged to treat applicants with more dignity and respect whether they agree with them or not. Yet, you know, it still is very, very much imperfect. And, you know, one of the problems is that, you know, Mr. Gickenworth fills, he's an appointed position. I think one of the only ones there, but it's a specialty. You know, if we had another person that could fill that architect / builder position, I think it would be a tremendous benefit to, you know, to revamp that situation. But I don't presently have a candidate. I know even when we met, it was very difficult to just address the issues, put them on the table and address them, because people were just talking like crazy talk, you know, just around and around, and very strange topics would come up and go away. It's not a very straightforward conversation that you even have.
Yeah, but I want to get specifically to Dan Horgan's comment about just civility, treating people, you know, with respect. I mean, that has been an issue, and I'm just wondering, are things getting better? Is there an improvement there? You know, we've actually, you know, I go back over the years, we've had instances where just that alone ends up being an aspect that disqualifies people from serving on a board. I've seen this board take action when there's been a concern about treatment of citizens, residents of the town of Yarmouth, and not even though there may be a legitimate substantive disagreement. It's just the decorum and the treatment of, you know, residents with the respect that they're due.
Right, and I think it's the elected leadership that is a bigger problem, along with their, you know, representative council. I mean, oftentimes, I mean, just look at the last situation that happened here. You know, that you go to a hearing, you watch the hearing, and the board members are attacking the applicant, right? And then you read the minutes of the meeting, and it sounds like the applicant is attacking the board. It's you know, made up.
Yeah.
And it's meant to be like that. So there are structural problems with the manner in which the Old Kings Highway Board deals with individual citizens. And that's not even getting into the issue of whether solar panels should be in the historic district or not. It's a basic human dignity that, you know, needs to be offered. And I think, you know, a lot of times what, you know, dealing with this particular board, and it's, I think, less on the appointed side and more on the, you know, the elective side, people lose sight of the human individuals in front of you and structure a process that, you know, is really demeaning in a lot of ways.
Well, we shouldn't stand for that. And I'm sorry, but there is a process in place to remove people for cause, which is a lengthy process. But our time to really set the tone on the boards is now. And, you know, it's unfortunate because he's been a long time volunteer. And I hate to have this conversation in public, but now might be the time that we want to try to bring somebody else. And I don't know how the board feels about it, but I haven't watched a recent meeting, honestly. So I'm a little bit at a deficit.
I've been in front of Old Kings Highway a couple of times, and I've seen the behavior that Bob has discussed, and that hasn't been directed to me.
Right.
But I've seen it directed to some other people. And does their charter say they've got to have a builder architect on?
That's a requirement, yes.
If I remember correctly.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
So what happens if they do not have one?
Well, you're not fulfilling a statutory requirement, so it complicates. How complicated it makes their business, I don't know. But I would recommend, just to move on this, because I'm not sure we have enough information for us. I appreciate the work that's gone on by the town administrator's office to find ways to address this issue and improve things. What I would recommend is that this become one of the committee assignments for the next time that we advertise on, and really work hard in getting the word out, looking for applicants. I know that's an approach that in other towns that's been done. And, you know, these are our appointments. It may very well be that maybe in the future committee appointments, maybe they come to the full board for interviews. I've seen other towns do that. And then the applicants can be asked some of these straight up questions. You know, you watched a meeting, we literally, and we can hear what they have to say. I'm not adverse to any recommendation. Not that I don't trust the work. I mean, the appointments chair, it's a tough job, but it may very well be that as a way for a tool for you to address this may be to, we find the resources to advertise aggressively and then hopefully have a few candidates to choose from and maybe they come before the board.
Right. If I'm not upset, I'm not hurt if one of these candidates is not appointed.
I'd make a motion, we reappoint Ms. Hildebrandt to an alternate member of the Town of Yarmouth Old Kings Highway Committee, appointment for a one-year term through December 2022.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously.
And I'd like to hold, did you interview?
This came from no, I did not.
All right, so
they came to me and said, we'd like to put these people back on.
okay.
Right.
I think we should advertise and perhaps we have a conversation, but at this point, I'm not ready to move forward on that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so it's my responsibility. Is the way I see it is I need to talk to him and tell him that he's not appointed. We're not considering his appointment, or what? Because we haven't formally voted not to reappoint him.
My understanding is that under our ground rules for appointments, people, if the position hasn't been filled by a new appointee, that person can continue to serve. That's my understanding of the way our rules work. Okay. So this candidate could continue to serve in that capacity until the board takes an action. So what I'm hearing from Selectmen Post is to advertise that position and aggressively engage in a search. So by doing that and just not and staying silent on that, then that would, I believe, under their current requirements and bylaws, that individual could continue to serve in that capacity. And should this appointment come up, so should you have a candidate in a couple of months that you'd like to bring before the board to fill that slot, I believe that's an action that we could take. So I hope that information is helpful.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. So maybe Selectmen Posts, you were encouraging us to advertise and recruit, right?
I mean, I think interviewing multiple people to see if you can, I think is important for any position.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just trying to get clarity. So that's a motion about doing a search. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That's unanimous. All right. The next item on the agenda is the upcoming agenda review. As you can see, our next sort of focal point is going to be what did you say our date was for our retreat, our meeting? The 8th, right?
That's January 8th.
Yeah, we should probably put this on here somewhere, January 8th.
I wrote a note, put it
Yeah, we're going to add that.
4 and 11.
Yeah, January 8th. Is there anything that any board member would like to take up at this hour on the agenda items, agenda review? Okay, hearing none, we're just going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the individual items. Any board members have individual items they'd like to mention or discuss? Selectman Horgan? No? Selectman Stone?
I would just like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year and Happy Holidays. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
There you go. Very good. Selectman Post?
I echo that.
Okay. So Selectman Smith?
Happy holidays.
It's unanimous. There you go. Very good. All right. Next item on the agenda is town administrator items, the consent agenda.
Okay, so we have 2 items on the consent agenda. There is the town acceptance of the ownership of the Expedition Blue Economy that's been put up at Smuggler's Beach, the panel that's turned over to the town. And we also have the renewals for the alcohol licenses. Everyone is included with the one exception of the Riverway Lobster House, which is not renewed.
Okay. So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimously. The next item on our agenda is town administrator updates.
Just quickly, I wanted to follow up with board members had requested a list of the community preservation town projects. So those are in your packet. Look those over. If there's any issues or questions or concerns, I'm happy to review those. Couple of quick items. We had a great meeting of the Water Resources Advisory Committee last evening. We're marching forward, I think, at breakneck speed with a lot of the wastewater issues. The OPM bids are due this week. And we also have the designer RFPs that we are working to advertise the design of that new plant. And also we have a major retooling ongoing of the website to promote all.
So you can actually find things?
Yes, so we can find things. We even talked about getting our own URL so it stands out there even stronger. And so we're looking into that. The budget process is ongoing. I think it's going to be great to review the capital within the context of the broader town budget, because I mean, these issues are inextricably linked. And there are some serious challenges you're facing. I mean, if you look at the overall budget, first we removed all of the maintenance and items out of people's budget. And then that went. Then we removed the entire capital improvement program out of the budget. Then we removed all of the roadway out of the budget. There's so many things that have been removed from the budget. It's very, very difficult putting them back in. You know, of course, we have the highest free cash that we've ever had.
Right.
But you know, it's very difficult. We talk about the spikes in the capital. I'm worried about spikes in our annual operating budget by having things flying in and out of there. And so I think that's what we're going to work to try to do, is to get some sustainability in terms of the town services that not only the departments, but, you know, residents can rely on. They need to know that this money is for this and it's here, and this money is here, and this money is here. So luckily, you know, we've got great financial staff. We've got a great team of department heads, but that's what we've been doing. I've been meeting with every single town department, and I'll be continuing to do that over the next couple of weeks. And my goal is to have a budget recommendation that addresses a lot of the concerns you discussed this evening for you by the end of the month, so that when we do talk capital, you'll know how successful have we been in taking some of this stuff back in the budget. And I want to make sure we talked about the housing summit has been finalized at the board's request for January 11, 5 p.m. And it's going to be at the senior center.
That's great.
And so that's going great. And I guess, I'll stop there. It's late, but I was going to mention our IT department has been doing a great job. One of our major initiatives is upgrading all of the interface between the town staff and the computers. There's been a massive upgrade to the Windows 365 platform. Everyone's been using the 2013 versions of all the software. We got a new phone system coming in. We've got new workstations. We've got the new Outlook for dealing with the communication. So it's been a lot of improvements in a short period of time, and I think folks are real happy about that.
Yeah, I know it's good to focus on the things that are problematic. I think the fact that we ended up with a 9 million plus free cash position is something worth note, because we've never had free cash certified at that level before. So I think it's a tribute to our team that's been in place. I want to give kudos to Ed and the finance team, because we took a very conservative approach when it came to dealing with COVID, because we just weren't sure how tough things would be. and how impactful it would affect the town. So I think out of an abundance of caution, there were just a lot of things that we put on the sidelines. Now that we're still dealing with it, it seems that we have much greater confidence in navigating the situation than we did before. So I think.
And let me just add, one thing, because I mean, it's a key point that you raised, is that I think thanks in large measure to Ed Sentio's efforts, the town is probably in some of the best financial cash position
right.
than you've been in recent memory. I think the challenge is really for the town services. And I think what our challenge really is going to be not to spend too much. We have a list of all of these things we want back in the levy budget. But if you put everything back in the levy budget all at once, it's going to be top heavy.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of challenges, but the good news is the basic financial position that we're in now is really very solid.
Have we gotten the numbers from motel tax and rooms tax and stuff?
No.
Through like the end of September?
Yes, but the key thing is this, is what we're waiting for that I think is going to be a real bellwether is the quarterly payments that come in. If we can get 50% of the fiscal year, and that January payment, I think is going to go a long way towards determining where we wind up at the end of the year. I would say, analyzing the figures to date, the numbers look very good, that we're up almost between 15 and 20% from the previous fiscal year in terms of the local non-property tax estimated receipts, which include the short-term rental and many of the other non-property local taxes. And that's something we've been following very, very closely. So numbers look good. I tend to think that we'll have another solid year of free cash next year. But, like the one thing that we're working on together, Ed and I were, I think we make a really great team because we come at it from different angles, but we both have a very strong fundamental understanding of, the mission that, we're working on the long-term sustainability of the services at the levels that, that we need to have. This is a very dynamic community. There's a lot of need to move ahead with programs to make sure the police, fire, DPW, the infrastructure, that all of these things are kept up with. Otherwise, we face kind of backsliding, but it all has to be done with, underneath that Prop 2.5. So, but things look good so far.
Again, knock on wood. Okay. Is there any other business before the board? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll second that.
Okay, that's great. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, carries unanimously. You got it. You got it. Carries unanimously.